Welcome to another edition of the Digenet Podcast. Once again, can we cut this? Nah, we gotta keep going.
Just keep
I am
going.
Armand.
I'm Raylo.
You Tatum here.
Excellent. So we're all here, and we got some news. I guess we were talking about something before we started recording. Let's talk Raymond's. I guess you can maybe make some T-shirts.
Huh?
You can be making
Oh
some
yeah,
T-shirts.
yeah.
Tell us
Yeah,
about
I
it.
made a T-shirt for my dad. He has a motorcycle called Nightmare. It's pretty much a custom motorcycle that he built. It won a lot of awards. It was in magazines. He did a lot with this bike. So right now he's kind of tired of storing it and he's ready to get rid of it.
Okay.
So we're gonna do, I guess, what is called a micro influencer giveaway.
Oh,
Or just keep it simple. It's a raffle.
okay.
We're gonna raffle the bike off at the LA Auto Show. If you buy a shirt, you get more raffle tickets. You can't enter to win it for free.
Okay. So you mean so basically your case. So you are will there? So there will be raffle tickets.
There'll be raffle tickets.
Okay. And
Well, no,
buying a
everything's
shirt.
gonna be digital.
Oh,
So
okay.
I'm gonna just get pretty much. I'm gonna make some flyers,
Okay.
and the flyers is gonna have a QR code, and like of course links to the website. You go, you enter on the website, and from there, you can either enter in for free, or if you want more raffles, we'll give you more of a chance to win. You can buy more raffle
Wait,
tickets.
I thought you said that it won't be free.
Well, so I found out that there's a thin line between a lottery and a raffle.
Okay.
So the difference between a lottery and a raffle is that you do have to have like a free entry in order that takes it out of the category of a lottery. So
Okay.
that was one of the stipulations that I learned about. So that's the only reason I'm giving it for free. But I'm doing it a little bit different than the other people that I see. Cause know we got ad monetization. We got websites that are ad monetized.
Correct.
So I'm going to make a funnel where you kind of go to enter in your information. You're going to see some ads. And I'm going to try to make some ad dollars off of your little free entry.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I mean, so we've seen raffles before, right?
Yeah.
I've never seen a raffle that you can enter for free. How is it that they get away with stuff?
I mean, because some people probably just don't care. I would say it like
Okay.
that. Um, I'm looking at it. I just looked at it from like a digital perspective. Like I just learned something. Like because the idea also came from the guys who sell supercars. It's I think they're called 8080. So they give out a supercar a month. But and look, they said that they don't have they have a disclaimer that says free entry. Like the amount of raffles does not enhance your chance to win. They have like a whole like disclaimer, right? And I just went on their website today and they didn't have no free entries. I didn't see where you can enter in for free, pretty
Hmm.
much. All I saw was and they had it was kind of interesting. They had like a lot of of course they had like hats and shirts and some basic stuff, but they had stuff like shit like car cleaning products, like air fresheners and stuff like that, where I was like, oh, that makes a lot more sense. Like they had consumable type stuff where it's
Okay.
like I can come and buy this each and every month and I can possibly win the supercar.
Hmm. We gotta delve into that. How about what constitutes a free? I mean, how you can do raffles
Mm.
versus lotteries, and because I know that. Well, actually, in our time doing apps, we didn't charge for it, so um, it's definitely a raffle. It's not a lottery
Right.
because it's every. All you had to do was you had to download the app and you had to activate push notifications
Yeah.
and
I
fill
mean,
out
but
the entry and
that's
fill out the entry
different.
form.
That's a real giveaway. Like this is something like I'm pretty much like kind of charging you. You
Oh, of
know what I'm
course, yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, that's hmm.
Because I mean, like I even thought about it like that too. I'm like, well, when I
Well,
go and I see
hold on.
raffles,
Let's back up. I think you could do it if you were a nonprofit.
I'm not a nonprofit yet.
I mean, we have people we know who are nonprofits.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you really think about it, all these things you can enter, like for example, KPED. And for
Uh.
those who are not knowledgeable out there watching, they are the California Association for Post-Secondary Education and Disability. It's a group of people who are involved in the California community college system and beyond. They have membership in the Cal States as well, and I think a few UCs.
Mm-hmm.
But they have a silent auction every year that they conduct.
Mm-hmm.
That you have to buy tickets to win, and then you bid on these items, and it's a raffle like. And I've seen a lot of nonprofits do these things as fundraisers.
Right.
Right. Somebody donates an item, and they raffle it off, and that's a
Mm-hmm.
fundraiser. Right. I'm sure that could be done. You
Yeah.
just have to be a nonprofit to do it.
Yeah.
So wait. So when's he giving this thing away?
We're gonna do it during the LA Auto Show. It's November 21st through the 30th.
It's pretty soon.
Yeah, it's very soon. So it's like I'm kind of like doing like a crash course on it.
Okay.
You know, I'm Mr. Clutch when it comes to deadlines. We're gonna make the deadline.
Is the bike going to be it? I mean, so what's the deal here? Are you going to have it at the auto show, or what's?
Yeah, we're gonna have it at the auto show. I'm doing it with a group called Black Classics. It's actually a hot rod club. It's one of my
Okay.
customers at the restaurant. His name is Mark. So he runs the car club, and it's always interesting with me and Mark's conversation. One day I was just like, maybe you should tell him about the bike, right? And I told him about the bike. And he was like, "Oh, that's a really nice bike." And he was like, "Your dad is trying to sell it." I was like, "He don't necessarily want to sell it for because because it's customized and how old it is.
Mm-hmm.
We getting like I think, man, somebody offered me $6,000 for it, and I was just like, ugh, I don't
Well,
know.
see, here's the problem though. Okay, so I mean, as somebody in that world, right?
Hmm.
When it comes to customization of motorcycles, what your dad's bike is, the customization is strictly in the cosmetics. And when I say the
Right.
cosmetics, it's a paint job, right?
Yep.
So there are bikes by there's a guy called if you're in the culture, you'll know this guy named Arlen Ness. Okay,
Hmm.
Arlen Ness was a bike builder quite a while ago. Like I don't know if you haven't seen my bike in a long time, right?
Uh-uh.
But I had
I
this
know yours is
really
chromed out though.
yeah. Well, see that's the other thing. Chromed out doesn't add value. Right?
Mm-mm.
Chromed out paint jobs don't add value really. I mean they could, but I mean
That's what we're learning right now.
it makes it more saleable. People may get more excited about it, but then it's it's a way to get the high end of Blue Book, to have it be pretty. It's a way to get the high end of Blue Book, right?
Right.
But that's the thing is that Blue Book is never going to take your parts into consideration,
Nope.
right? The way that you do make it more valuable, see, so Arlen Ness was a bike customizer, and so my bike has this really huge teardrop headlight on it. Okay, that's
Hmm.
not a Harley headlight. That's an Arlen Ness headlight.
Okay.
Okay, so what happened was is that he was custom building bikes, and he was putting those kinds of headlights on them, and they're custom fabricated.
Hmm.
Okay, so he was doing, and so what Arlen Ness ended up doing is they took some of the more steady elements in all of his customizations, and they started making the mass production.
Uh,
So in the beginning, those huge teardrop headlights were being custom fabricated for his creations, and then they standardized it, and they actually started making them, and so you could buy them for your bike. They're expensive, but not as expensive as they would be if they were custom made for your bike, right? So Arlen Ness, if you see an Arlen Ness bike, it has extensive body modification. So like the fenders are a different. I mean, like they're all handmade and redone. Um, they've custom done them so the angle of the fork rake is massively different. So they made parts for the bike,
mm.
right? So in fact, one of the bikes. Now this is not one of his, but one custom motorcycle looks like a woman. Yeah, it's a
Or
freaky
like a
looking.
woman laying down.
No, like a woman. I guess when you're riding, it looks like you're riding her. It's
Yeah.
kind of weird looking. She's forward, face forward. The
Or it looks like
headlight.
you're riding her back.
Yeah, it's kind of creepy looking in a way. And in fact, I would never ride that bike. It just looks weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's that's the kind of custom work. So you look at Arlen Ness custom work. There's a couple other bike builders, and those are what are really considered custom bikes, right? Those are actually, hold on. So Quentin probably is rapidly searching for that right now. Quentin, did you find?
Two different kinds. I don't know if this one is real.
Go ahead and share all the pictures, and I'll tell you which ones are which. See, so if you want a bike that'll increase in value, you have to actually do extensive modification to it.
Mm.
It's more than a paint job in chrome,
Mm-hmm.
right? It makes it look cool, right? But if you want to win, there's okay. Here he goes.
Is
That's
that it?
That's one of no. Actually, that's a modern version. There's an older version that looks really creepy.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I wouldn't want to ride that.
That's creepy looking. But there's an older version because the version I'm talking about is really, really old. That bike you're looking at is more modern. In fact, no, it might be. Click on it. No, that's not it. The one that I'm thinking about has a whole lot more, and this is too new. So go back. Let's keep going down. So we'll see if it not there, the left side. But that looks like it. That's inspired by it.
Saw a futuristic one.
Wait, something like that. But yeah. So a lot of these are true custom motorcycles. Like here, hold on. Let me control your screen real quick. Okay. I mean, no, when there we go. So I see it. Okay. So when it comes to custom bikes, let's see here. Let's see here. There we go. Something like this. That's an outrageous custom build. See that?
Yes.
Most of when a bike is custom, usually it is built from the frame up. They built the frame for it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And they're not very comfortable to ride.
No.
These bikes with these gigantic fat tires, oh, like that's insane. Okay, that's like a massive tire. Look at the size of the belt. It's right side belt drive. That's crazy looking.
It looked cool, but it's not comfortable to ride.
Yes. These are show bikes. Yeah, these are show bikes. They're not very comfortable in real life. Actually, this one wouldn't be that bad, honestly.
I don't think. Yeah, that looked like
I
it
can
might
see
be
this one
loud.
being kind of comfortable to ride. It looks really cool though. Look at that. Look at that tire. That's just insanity right there, right? And some of these custom bikes are actually just prototypes. They don't run.
Mm-hmm.
But these all do. The ones we're looking at here, these all run. Right? So this is the kind of thing that you make as a custom bike. And these things are expensive. These things will hold value.
Mm.
This thing will probably sell for about $30,000, $40,000.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, when you can build a lot of the guys who build these are, they do all the work themselves. So a bike like this might have 20,000+ in parts in it, and it might sell for 30, but it might also have 4 years of work in it, labor wise.
Yeah.
So they're really losing money on it.
True.
Where they can make
They're
money.
doing it for the love of the game, though.
Also, they're doing it to try to get they get sponsored. They find themselves being sponsored. They go to shows and people pay to take pictures with it.
Yeah.
Right. So But you never see something like this on the road,
Never.
just because it's not easy to ride. That one's just crazy looking.
Well, it's almost like you're just buying it, almost like it's an art piece to just stay inside your garage.
Yeah, and some people do that. Some people just display it in their home. You know, it'll be
Right.
there, and it's literally a piece of art that just sits there. The same way that you buy an antique motorcycle and just let it sit there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, like I'm on the left side here looking, and I'm trying to find a. Let's see. Like you see stuff like this. So this is a show bike, right? But once again, it's really just, and they say custom motorcycle, but it's just a paint job and chrome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Something like this. See, in the custom bike world, they're built for people. So, let me stop the share. Oops. So a custom bike builder, where they make their money is building the bike for somebody. Right? So you want a bike that no one else has. And you can have that in just strictly a paint job. Right? A unique paint job, chrome, like a heavily chromed out, crazy paint job with the right kind of parts. Like my bike has a conical air cleaner.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of bikes will have a flat air cleaner on the side of the bike. Mine comes out in a pipe, sticks forward, and it's this crazy cone, right? It's made of solid steel. And those are a whole different look on a bike. So you put stuff like that on it. You can do a lot of things to a bike, right? So you do a custom paint job, you chrome it out, you do a bunch of performance parts.
Right.
But you're doing this for a client. Right? So these guys will do it. So like when they do a bike for themselves, it is marketing to get clients to build for.
Right.
Right. And so some client will pay you 50 to 80 grand, 100 plus, maybe more to build a bike for them. That when they turn around, it'll blue book like a regular 2025 Harley.
Mm-hmm.
But they got the kind of money that it takes that they don't care. They just want something that they'll never see anybody else riding.
No, I get
until
it.
somebody copies it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Right? Like your dad's bike. It has a very unique paint job no one else had, right? Until
Yeah, I
somebody
don't think
sees
nobody
it.
could copy that one.
Yeah, until somebody sees it, then it's easy to copy. Boom, they can make something that looks
Yeah, I
like
see what
it.
you're saying.
That looks like it. Like an idea of a true custom bike, and this bike had its journey. There was a movie called Harley Davidson and the Marlboro Man. You ever heard of it?
Yeah.
It was fun to watch. It was a bad movie. Okay, it was kind of it was enjoyable to watch, right? Like as a guy who rides motorcycles, it's funny thing is it's all things I like. It's cowboy in nature, right? It's biker in nature. I at the time was a really heavy smoker, so it's I was a really heavy smoker and drinker. So that movie was like, yeah, Harley Davidson, Marlboro Man, Don Johnson, and Mickey Rourke, take my money, and it was set. It was set in L.A. in 1999.
And what were they doing in this movie?
Okay, so
Besides smoking and drinking,
so
riding bikes.
They were childhood friends. They grew up in the L.A. area, and they've been, I guess, Harley Davidson, who is Mickey Rourke, has been off doing his thing. Like he burned some bridges, and I was coming back into town, and I guess this place that they grew up in is going to get torn down, and they need money, and so it's kind of like the Blues Brothers, right? The orphanage. You guys remember the Blues Brothers? I don't know if you've seen that. Raymond's not. So the Blues Brothers, was it Jake and Elwood? Jake and Elwood, the Blues Brothers, grew up in an orphanage, and they come to find that the orphanage is in trouble, and they need money to pay for their mortgage, right? Or else they'll be taken, right?
Oh, and they threw a concert.
And they threw a concert. They do a bunch of stuff to try to do this thing, and they threw a concert. Same kind of story. They need to get some money, so they don't throw a concert. They decide to do a drug deal.
Mm.
Well, it turns into a drug deal. At first, they try to rob an armored car,
Mm-hmm.
and it's all full of drugs that don't exist in today's world. It's like it's the future 1999 drug.
What they stole ecstasy?
No, it's not a drug. They made up a drug for it.
Oh,
They made up a drug. And it turns out that this huge corporation is dealing in these drugs, and that's the storyline. Anyway, it's a bunch of vagabond drifters. It's Harley Davidson. So Mickey Rourke is Harley Davidson, and Don Johnson is Marlboro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Supporting characters include Jack Daniels and Virginia Slims.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and Mickey Rourke had a bike built for the movie. Okay, and the bike he rides in this movie is a complete one-off custom Harley Davidson. Okay, built for the movie, and it looked really awesome for its time. Technology-wise, it's way outdated now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and it's scary as hell to ride because the seat, it's got no suspension on the rear, and the seat is just the frame. It's a hardcore, like, rat motorcycle. It's a rat bike. There's a saying. Okay, rat bikes are no frills, held together by duct tape and prayers kind of bikes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, ridden by real hardcore live the life bikers. Okay, these are the guys who wear T-shirts that say "Chrome don't get you home." That's their motto. Okay? They're the guys who really make fun of guys on shiny bikes. That's why when I first got my bike, I was really when I saw it in the pictures, I'm like, it's awesome value, but damn, that's really shiny. I was kind of hesitant to buy it because it was so blinged out. Because I knew when I showed up to the bike shows, when I showed up to gatherings, I was gonna get shit. I was gonna get ribbed for the level of chrome on my bike, and I do.
Mm-hmm. Really?
It's a great conversation starter.
Oh, I thought they praised your bike.
No, the hardcore guy, no, they do not. Basically, they look at chrome on a bike as something you did not need to spend. The saying is chrome don't get you home, right?
I get what you're saying.
And so for them, they'd rather spend it on performance enhancements.
Yeah, right? Speed, handling, I get it.
Yeah, they'd rather spend it on that. Or on hookers and blow.
Yeah,
okay, I mean, so remember, so the guys who'll rib you are not the weekend warrior guys. The guys who'll rib you are like the lifers, right? You know, the guys who really live that life. Guys who don't have a car. I have a really good friend, and who's like that. They
never had a car, but got a bike.
They don't call them cars; they're called cages. They call them cages. They feel trapped in the cage. So,
and they drive their bike in the rain?
Yes, they'll ride the bike in the rain. Yeah, they'll ride the bike in the rain. They'll ride the bike. If they can't ride the bike, they ain't going nowhere. They have no cars. Yeah, that's the thing. I got a friend who's like that in the Philippines. Now he's in the UK, and he does not have a cage. His wife has a cage, and if he has to go somewhere with her that's formal, he'll begrudgingly let her drive him.
Even that, I'm like, you wouldn't just drive the car?
No, he does not want to be. He does not want to drive a car. It's not his thing. And the dude the crazy part is the guy works in a suit.
He works in a suit, and he shows up in the suit on the bike.
Yeah. And
I respect it.
It's not just he works in a suit. He's the big man.
The executive.
No, way beyond that.
He's the owner.
Conceptualizes mutual funds kind of a guy. Like, you know, he's
I make millions of dollars and I only ride a bike.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much, he shouldn't even have his wife drive. He should just be taking the limo.
Here's the funniest story, because I'll tell a story. I can't name any names, but he is in the center of at the time of the most expensive bell ring in Manila. Okay, so there's a tradition in bars in Manila where there's every time you go into a bar, especially the kind of bars of ill repute that they're so fun to go to, you'll always see a bell, like a captain's ship bell up in the bar somewhere. Okay, if you should talk to the manager prior to ringing that bell, because you can specify things. If you know the people there, you can specify things. Ringing the bell means you buy everybody a drink.
Yeah, like in Top Gun Maverick.
kind of, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you can specify, it's just beer. You can specify you can specify like no top shelf shit, right?
Yeah, only shots.
You can do that if you want to, But if you don't say anything and you ring that bell, no matter what they want, they get.
How much you think each bell ring will cost? The max you've seen?
Well, no, you specify. You can so some guys will walk in because some guys' bucket list dream is to ring the bell.
Oh,
Right? It's one of their bucket list items. I want to ring the bell in wherever, in Panama or in Manila or in Bangkok. I want to ring the bell. All these countries around the world will have bars like that where there's a bell, right? Like it'll be like like military bars are that way sometimes.
yeah.
Because and so the reason why it was the most expensive bell ring of all time wasn't because of what we paid when we were there. Okay, he didn't even ring it. Okay,
Somebody rang it for him, and he had to
so
pay.
one of our buddies rang it. Okay, and wasn't prepared for the number of people that were in that place. Like we were already deep into drinking, so weren't thinking really that well. And one of our buddies rang the bell, and this friend of mine helped him cover, but he didn't have any cash on him. Okay, so he paid with a credit card. And remember, this is like the early 2000s or late 90s, early 2000s. So credit cards were not that common in the Philippines at the time. Well, they were there, but not many places took them, right? And this place did, because we get some high rollers from out of the country coming in. They may not have cash. It was only a couple $1,000s, right? It was only a couple grand.
Like, what's a couple? Like 7,000?
Maybe 5.
Oh, okay.
Something like it. Maybe it could be 7.
Right? How many people was in there?
Enough. He didn't specify when he rang it. So people were getting top shelf liquor shots.
Oh, but it was
So
like
remember,
what, 30
and it's
people?
not just the customers; it's everybody in the bar. So
Yeah.
So remember, these
Even
bars,
the workers.
these have hostesses,
Uh-huh.
right? So there's all the hostesses came out, and then all the customers. Pretty much those places are a 1-to-1 hostess to customer situation.
Yeah.
If there's 100 customers there, there's 100 hostesses.
Right,
If the place is getting packed, they'll call women in to come work, right?
Dang, you would let your hostesses drink on the job?
Dude, that's their job, is to drink on the job.
Really?
Dude, okay, this is the role of the hostess. The hostess sits with the client and engages them in conversation. They keep them company, right?
Yeah.
And the way the bar makes money is there's what's called the ladies' drink. So you buy, in order for them to sit with you, their drink must always be full. So the most successful hostesses in these places can drink like freaking fish. We're talking like they'll put down like $1,000 an hour of drinks.
Armand, that sounds like prostitution with extra steps.
What's that?
That sounds like prostitution with extra steps.
But that's what if you ever see a hostess bar in Japanese, if you ever see a Japanese themed movie like with the Yakuza and stuff, and they're meeting these bars, and there's all these elegantly dressed women who are sitting there speaking Japanese to the guys, and they're not Japanese. Those are hostesses, right? And for the most part, you're paying for the company to sit there, okay?
Right.
They're not taking them out of that, but there's arrangements that people come to. But anyway, that's how it is in Asia. Hostess bars are prevalent in most countries. There's also host bars, the flip-flop, where it's guys instead of girls.
Yeah.
And remember, host bars are not for gay men. Host bars are for straight women.
Yeah.
So it's not what you think. So it's not a host bar isn't somewhere where like some gay dude goes to meet guys. No, that's not what they're for. They're for straight women to go to and sit with guys.
Yeah.
And have them talk to them. But
well, I mean, would you like? I guess
a lady's drink is more expensive than a customer's drink.
No, I get that. I guess why I'm asking the question, right? Because okay, would you let like the servers drink or something like that?
They can. Yeah. Oh, on the bell ring.
Well, I mean, probably on a bell ring.
On a bell ring for sure. Yeah, the servers drink. Yeah, and if the customer wants to buy them a drink, yeah, we let our servers drink.
I'm actually going to talk more about what happened last night, but this kind of ties in because this was a conversation piece.
Okay.
So my uncle talked about how he had sued a Chinese restaurant
Okay.
because they spilled a flaming drink on my cousin when she was like 10 months years old, and she
Ooh.
had to get like a skin graft.
Okay.
The server was drunk, and
Okay.
when he told me that, I was like, I'm just because we in a restaurant. I'm just coming out of a restaurant. I'm like, I would never let my employees drink. I just wouldn't. Like, we don't like. Strange enough, yeah, we do have drinks on at our like. It was funny. Even I saw my sister-in-law. She was like, her mom comes into the restaurant, and she was like, I didn't know you guys had bottles at Madeire's. I was like, yeah, it's like a $20 bottle.
Yeah, it's a
She was
weird.
like,
Yeah, it's a $20 strange bottle. Yeah, it's
yeah, but and I was like, yeah, people come in there all the time, but and we have a couple like we have spirited drinks. We don't have like alcohol. We have spirited drinks. This for the license. I don't ever drink when I'm on, like ever. Like I may have like drink like say if I'm like somebody was like, oh no, I didn't want a peach Bellini. I wanted a pineapple. Maybe I might drink the peach Bellini at
okay.
the end of the shift,
Okay.
but never will you catch me drunk
Drinking
at
during.
my
Okay. Yeah.
job. And when he was telling me this story, he was like, "Yeah, it put her through college, and like it, like she added on to the house." Because I remember when my cousin told me, like,
Oh
"Oh
wait, so
yeah,
this was a long time ago.
yeah, it happened when she's 10 months."
How old is she now?
She's like my age. She's like
Oh,
36,
okay.
37.
And where was this?
This happened. It actually happened near the Sentinel. It used to be a Chinese food restaurant over there.
Okay.
And my uncle was like, "Yeah, we went," and he said that it was like I guess they called the drink a volcano or something like
Yeah.
that, and they
Yeah.
had ordered it. And it's something where it was like, it's like something hot, but it's like flaming. And he said the server was drunk and wasted the drink on my cousin, and it burnt her.
Hmm.
And my uncle sued them, and pretty much it set my cousin up to where she had money. I didn't know that's where all the money had came from.
Okay.
The way he explained it, and I'm like, dang, it kind of just connected a lot of things that I didn't really know. But the whole thing of it was like I would never let my employees drink. And then as a owner of a bar, I'm like, you let your employees
Well, see,
drink?
remember, it's a different place. Remember, okay, so you're talking about like regular businesses,
Yeah,
right? There are hostess bars here. Okay.
right.
You'll never see. I mean, you'll rarely ever see them. I mean, like only you got to know about them, right? They don't
Yeah, those are
advertise.
like speakeasy type places.
Not really. They're not
Not
hidden.
even speakeasy, but if you know, you know.
Yeah, they're not hidden, and they're okay. So they're not hidden, and they're not private. Okay, but they don't market themselves, and they don't for the most part you don't even know that they're there.
Right.
Right, so it's not like a speakeasy as in there's a blank door you walk through and then you have to give a password to get in. No, it'll be nestled amongst a bunch of other businesses, and there'll be the club, and there's a sign in front of it. There's a doorman, right? And it doesn't say, it doesn't say hostess club. It doesn't say that. It just looks like any regular place, and it attracts a very specific kind of clientele, right? And I mean, like, it's expensive. It's gonna be really, really expensive. Okay.
Yeah.
Now Asia's a bit different. Asia, they're marketed. Okay. And they
And they
run a
market the
range between
girls.
what's that?
And they market the girls.
Oh no, it's like you'll see because they're going to be located in an area where there's a bunch of clubs like it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you'll see women out in the front trying to lure people walking by to come in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you'll see that. Other times, now the bigger ones, now the large, really expensive ones are not like that. The large, really expensive ones are in their own buildings. They have giant parking lots, and the people who go there are going to be like politicians. right?
Mm.
And those ones, I mean, like those ones in the Philippines, a lot of actresses, younger actresses, the ones who take on the sexier roles, that's where they'll be discovered. They'll come out of places like that.
Wow.
A lot of them will come out of places like that. And a lot of the mistresses of senators and congressmen will come from places like
Come
that.
out of that place.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so, and they're pricey. They are pricey. Very pricey. And you walk in, and there's different. Some girls are just paid to do runway walking. So you'll get girls there who are just models. They're paid. There's like, the place might be like 20,000 square feet, and in one thing is just a bunch of tables, and there's and the show on the stage is a fashion show.
Right.
Right. And so guys are sitting there with their hostesses, buying them drinks, buying them food, and entertain their friends. And on the stage is a fashion show going on. And the girls on stage are just there to do the fashion show. That's their job, is to just run away the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Other times there could be a burlesque show going on. So it's like a fan dance kind of. They do all sorts of things to keep people entertained. Because, you don't want the hostess to have to carry that conversation the whole time, because
No.
it could be kind of tough.
Heck
So
yeah.
there's got to be sometimes there's a live band, and some of these places, the different rooms have different atmospheres. So this could be a runway show in this one gigantic auditorium type of room, and another one there's a small band, a piano thing going on. It could be like that, and that's what it's like. Now in a situation like that, now the bigger ones like that, yeah, the only people drinking are going to be the actual hostesses. They're the ones drinking. The wait staff will not.
Okay.
In those big ones, okay? But like my place was not a hostess bar. My bar's
bar.
my bar was a bar. It's a biker bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, you get what you get. So we get a lot of people in there super hammered. There's no such thing over there as cutting a person off. Okay.
Oh.
Over here, if you overserve somebody and they get into an accident, it's your fault. Not the same thing over there. Over there, I mean, like, the onus is on them. If they drink too much and they kill somebody or get killed, that's all on them, right?
I mean, but how would you deal with people who like throw up or like get rowdy or
Oh no. I mean, like, depends on the bar. I mean, like, you get rowdy, you get rowdy in a place like mine, and good luck, right?
Mm-hmm.
We will get the customers police themselves essentially.
Yeah.
Right. But we do have some. I mean, if we need security, we got me. Or if we really need security, we bring in some ape to do some stuff, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of our customers would have their own private security, which can't be inside the bar. We don't allow firearms.
Oh, I get. Yeah, you can't have guns and drinks.
But some of the guys would come in and be sitting. I mean, their security staff would be out there with their cars, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like a freaking. it looks kind of shady out there. All the security guys are eyeing each other. It's kind of trippy.
Yeah.
But but in a country like that, it is a little bit wilder than here. So let's say you have a hostess bar. The hostesses are paid to drink. That's their job, is to get guys to buy them drinks. That's their whole job.
Right.
Is to consume as many drinks as they possibly can. That's their job. Okay. So they're drinking on the job. Now, if that was here, and that does happen here, I don't know how they do it here. I'm not sure if they're technically employed by the establishment. I'm not sure how they do it.
No, they get tips. They get paid tips. I told you I met one of these girls and she explained the whole world to me, and I was like, I couldn't believe it.
Well, no, but I'm just trying to think, how do they get compensated? I mean, like, are they employees of the place?
No, this is like under the table type places.
Well, okay, so I've been to ones here, and they're very definitively working there.
Oh, okay.
Okay, they're very definitively working there. This isn't like a place where some girl is sitting at the bar looking for company. No, you walk in, and oftentimes, they have numbers on them, like like a little button with a number on it.
Oh,
right. So when they say so when they walk in, uh, a lot of times they'll be in some of the places will have them in what's called a fish bowl. It is a it's a room with glass, right?
Mm.
You walk there and they're all sitting there and it looks like it's a bunch of models hanging out on, and you can see them all, right? And they'll say, "What's number two's name?" What's the and
Mm.
the lady will tell you, or the whoever it is who's running will tell you a bit about them. Oh, she's a blah 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 blah, and then you choose who you want to talk to. That's what some of them are. Okay, others, it's more of it's less pressure where you'll sit down and you'll see them walking around. Then you'll see someone that catches your eye, and then you'll say, "Yeah, there." But they do. But you need if you're going to go in a place like that, you need to start buying drinks pretty quickly. They're not going to let you sit there for like 30 minutes and not buy. That's how they make their living.
Right.
Unless you sit at the bar. If you just want to sit there and drink, you sit at the bar. That's the indication. That's in the U.S. That's in America. A hostess bar in America, that's how it is. Okay, but they definitely work there. They definitely work. I don't know how they employ them. And but then again, those kinds of bars are kind of. I'm sure they're skirting the law in many ways anyway. Because how would the business allow their customers to, their workers to drink?
Right.
Right. And honestly, we're talking about this as a business for the public, but it really isn't. Right? They don't turn you away when you go there. Right? They don't turn you away, but pretty much you got to know somebody to go there. You feel very uncomfortable when you're there if you're not in the know.
Mm.
Right? You'll feel really, really uncomfortable. So if you're not Asian, you're going to feel super uncomfortable when you're there. Okay, if you're not with friends, if you're not supposed to be there, you're going to feel uncomfortable. Okay, and even if you are Asian, you may even be more uncomfortable being there.
Why so?
Well, because for the most part, the people who go to those places are with Asian organizations that the regular law-abiding Asian doesn't want to be near. Right.
Got it.
I know some Chinese people are angry at those groups because it's they perpetuate the negative stereotype. You ever seen that movie? What, Lethal Weapon? Was it 4? The one where those guys end up having to fight the triads. The Jet Li is the bad guy. Yeah, so that's the stereotype that these guys perpetuate. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Like opium smugglers, human traffickers, stuff like that, right? But that's what they are.
Huh.
So if you're an Asian person, you walk in a place like that, it's like imagine being an Italian American walking into like a Goodfellas place,
I get it.
knowing that you're surrounded by guys named Jimmy the Nose. That's what it's like. So usually, to go to a place and feel comfortable, you gotta be in the know.
Mm.
Right? You got to be cool surrounded by that. Right? I guess what's the Black American equivalent to that experience?
A hostess bar?
No, being surrounded by that element. So if I was to walk into a place like that and I need to be cool surrounded by either triads or yakuza, what's your equivalent of that? They're people from my general culture, but they're those kinds of people. Right.
That's at your local neighborhood, whatever it is that they gather at.
Yeah.
That's like your local neighborhood liquor store or wherever they gather at.
Yeah, or that's like going to Hood Day. If you went to the park on a Hood Day,
Wrong
that's
park.
not where you want to
but
go.
remember, it's almost exclusively that, and it's like a club for that. It's like imagine. So how best? So who would be your equivalent to like that level of criminality?
Gangbangers.
Okay, so is there a place where you go and it's exclusively that, nobody else?
Parks.
It's
Yeah, but
exclusively that. There's no like regular
I'm
public people crawling
I'm
around.
sure that there's a building that some of them have, but it's like we don't know about it, because we're not in.
Yeah.
Or like
I mean,
it's
I'd say the parks because it's like that's where most of them congregate.
well they congregate, but there's regular people there too. There's regular
Yeah,
people.
there's
Okay.
regular people there
See, I'm
too.
talking about a place. This is like walking to a bar that pretty much a Hell's Angels own, right?
Yeah.
There's nothing else in there but that, and people who are friendly with that, right? What's that equivalent?
Would have
Probably
to be
like,
a local bar.
or
Like
after hours.
or
Yeah.
probably a private place, like a private
Yeah, be like probably like an after hours or something like
something
that.
like that. But it has to be
It be
exclusively.
it's been after hour spots that I went to,
Mhm.
and I came back and I told my cousins that I went, and they was like, "Don't you ever do that again? What were you doing?"
Yeah.
And I knew that, like, I mean, certain women's gonna get you into certain type of things.
Mm.
I was just saying like that, and I was with some certain type of women that got me into that, and I knew the people that was in there, and nothing happened. And I just enjoyed myself with the women that I was with. So I mean, like, I can say that like an after hour spot because like if like I was telling my barber. So it used to be a strip club by the apartment. It's called the King Henry, right?
It's called the
In
King
the
Henry.
called the King Henry.
Okay.
The city of Hawthorne shut down most of their strip clubs. Hawthorne and Gardena shut down the strip clubs.
Okay.
So there was 3 prominent strip clubs that got shut down. It was Stars, which Stars is like, I'll just say middle class. King Henry, like, man, you better think twice about going. I've been in the King Henry before, and I was like, never again.
Wait. So
And then there was the Barbie
is it a
Coast.
top shelf experience or is it
Definitely not a top shelf
no?
experience.
Okay.
Mid shelf, lower tier.
Oh, down
You had,
market.
you had the King Henry, the Barbary Coast, and Stars.
Okay.
I would like if I had a choice of what street to take you to, I will only take you to Stars. I would never take you to the Barbary Coast. We were not going to the King Henry. But to the story though, the King Henry got shut down, but they use it as an after hour spot now.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's totally illegal. People don't know about it. The only reason I know about it because like sometimes I'm out at 2-3 o'clock in the morning driving around or walking, doing whatever I'm doing. And I noticed, I was like, oh dang, they turned it into an after hour spot. And it was cracking.
So you're
And I
out
was
at
just
2 or 3
like,
in the morning up to no good.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm up to no good.
No one.
Well, no,
out of,
I'm up to good. I'm probably walking around. I'm doing
at
something.
2 or 3 in the morning,
Yeah.
dude. If you're out, okay. So I think did I say this in one of our previous episodes? If you encounter me out and about, and in the evening by myself, I mean, I'm likely up to no good. Okay? It's just,
I might just be out to get some fresh air. Like, or I probably couldn't sleep. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm
Okay.
random. Like I just said, it goes down with me. And I noticed I was like, oh wow, they have a after hour spot at the King Henry now. They not operating like they supposed to. Look, Quentin Lavin, he know where the King Henry is.
Down the street, bro.
It's right down the street. You know what I'm saying? Like it's something behind the King Henry where that's where they be doing it at. I don't know what
Cops over there?
huh?
Is that why the cops were over there one night, late night?
Probably because I know, like, the cops gonna figure it out one day. Like, you're not about to just be cracking, and the cops ain't gonna come and shut this shit down.
Late night at the King Henry. That there's a movie title right there.
Man, I mean, honestly, like, that's some like legendary LA type thing. Like, man, them shutting down Stars. That's part of Black LA. Like, I mean, we was talking about it the other day. Like, man, they shut down V Live. Like, V Live, man, V Live was the best strip club LA ever had.
Where was that?
It was in Carson. And like I said, I am a strip club connoisseur. I can tell you what's a good strip club and what is not a good strip club.
Okay.
That, like, The only strip club experience I have not seen in LA, I haven't been to Secret Sundays. I'm sorry, I've just never been to Secret Sundays.
Don't think
But
I know of that one. I mean,
yeah,
yeah, I
but V
was
Live,
now
that was
is
it.
how is V Live spelled? The
VLIVE.
letter V.
Yep,
Okay.
All together. VLI.
yep. The only thing was like cause how did I come across V Live? We had did so we was doing a what's that called? My friend was doing a bachelor party. His cousins were coming down from Mississippi, so I was like, "Hey, let's go test out the strip clubs and see which one is the best one that we."
That's okay. Perfect excuse. Okay, that makes sense.
So we went to a lot of them, and I remember we went to V Live, right? And we're in V Live, and like, of course, I'm like, oh, okay, it's a cool vibe. And then next thing you know, we looked up and we turned around because it was sitting down, and it was a whole bunch of people that we didn't even notice that came in that was behind us. Where it was like, yo, this is kind of sketchy, bro. We gonna have to think about V Live. But eventually, we broke it down to like, all right, we gonna do V Live. So when we get to V Live, we bring my friend's cousins, down from Mississippi, right? So like we get to the front door, right? And like just being from LA, there's certain terms that you just don't say to people. So he's the cousin says this to one of the bouncers. We see the bouncer in all blue or whatever. We know what's up. But you know what I'm saying? Like we know how to operate with people like that. The cousin walks up and was like, "Hey bro, where are you from?" You're not supposed to say that phrase. That's a no type phrase.
Okay.
He's like, "Where are you from?" We're like sitting there like, "Oh my God, what is going on right now?" He was like, "Nah, where are you from?" And like you can see the security guard kind of like,
This is your cousin
what?
saying that?
No, like the cousin from Mississippi.
Well, this is a cousin. They're with you.
Yeah, he with us, and we like me and like one of my homies. We like our mouths dropped. Like, no, he's not saying this to this guy because we know what this bouncer is. He's really a gangbanger.
Yeah.
In disguise, being a security guard, and he asking him where he's from, and I'm like, oh, bro, no, this is not about to happen, and. What turned everything around because the cousin who was doing this is actually a really funny character.
Okay.
He was like, man, I think you my cousin, man. Where you from? And it just went off from there. And we're like, oh, okay. And it like from that instant, right? Because the security guards start laughing after we get into this banter.
Okay.
From there, it was like the country cousins took over V Live that night. I remember I came back outside, they kicking it with the security guards now. You know what I'm saying? Like it was a magical night at V Live. But the only thing is like it got shut down. Somebody got killed in V Live.
Okay. Yeah.
Like
there's always got to be somebody to ruin it for everybody else, right?
Yeah, somebody had to ruin it for everybody else. And it was like, man, we don't got nothing like that in LA no more. I wouldn't like I like it's Deja Vu and it's Sam's. I mean, you can go to Crazy Girls or something like that.
Deja Vu that's like a massive chain of places.
It's a massive chain, but there's one downtown that's kind of like, I'm just gonna say ghetto.
Okay.
But I went in there and I think I told you, like, I had an experience where, like, I got reprimanded on how to deal with strippers. And I'm telling you, if a stripper comes to you and tells you the price of how much the dances is, you just tell her to walk away. Politely.
Okay.
Like, don't ever let some stripper give you prices of how long a lap dance is and everything like that. That's not the stripper you want.
You taking notes, Quentin?
Huh? Yeah. Raymond and I had this conversation.
Yeah, man. That ain't good.
Oh, hold on. We got here because of the most expensive bell ring in Manila story. Okay.
Yeah.
So 5,000 to 7,000. I can't remember exactly how much it was in pesos anyway, but that's not the price of the bell ring.
What?
Okay. The reason it's the most expensive bell ring in Manila is this. Okay, so my friend had to pay with a card. Okay.
Oh,
Didn't
he had
think
to pay a credit card fee?
no, that's not the part of it. Didn't think anything of it. Did not think anything of it. Okay. Oh, a couple. I don't know. It's sometime down the line. It could have been weeks. It could have been. I can't remember. You know, it's the fog of war, right?
Yeah.
His wife is now cruising around a brand new Ford Expedition.
Uh,
Okay, you got to realize a vehicle over there costs like 3 to 4 times as much as it costs here.
mm-hmm.
Okay, the reason why she's got it is because she saw it on the credit card bill.
And he felt some type of, and she felt some type of way.
What's that?
And she felt some type of way.
Yeah, well, yeah, dude, she knows what bar it is, right? That kind of a bar is not where he's supposed to be.
Oh.
And in order to appease her,
He was
to
up
keep
to
her,
no
he
good.
bought her a brand new Ford Expedition.
That was the most expensive bell
That's why
ring
it's the most
ever.
expensive bell ring in all of Manila. It
Yeah.
probably ran, now that at that time, that car probably ran him $70,000.
Jesus Christ. For a Ford Expedition.
Yeah.
What year is this?
2003?
Yeah, we already know what body style and everything. He spent $70,000 on
Well, you got
that.
to remember, if it's 30,000 here, it's going to be like,
Yeah, it's 70. I see what you're saying.
because they don't sell them there.
Yeah, it's an
And so
American car.
you've got to buy it here. You've got to import it. Pay. I mean, either you're going to pay the legitimate fees or you're going to smuggle it through, paying off every single person on the dock. Yeah, that's the like
Mm-mm.
that's why when I first my friend slash boss at that time, well, right before that,
Mhm.
he bought the first and at the time only Jaguar XKR in the whole country. He bought it in France and he bought it brand new in France and had it imported.
Mm.
It was the only one in the whole country. And I remember he was so excited about it. He called me up, hey, check out my new car. So we meet up. And the funny thing is, so I got the same car now, right? And so if you look, and his was a hard top. His wasn't a convertible. Mine's convertible. So right there on the like where the windshield
Canada
is.
is a great place to license your
What is
motor,
that?
home, or automobile.
I can hear that. What is that?
That was a video I ended up
There it goes.
getting.
So right there in the middle of it, right where the light is, there's this oval like mesh thing, right? We're looking at it and we didn't know what it was. We're looking at it and we thought, is it light? Right? We didn't know what it was. And so he reaches up and he goes, I think it's a light. I'm like, oh, I'm not sure about that. He's like, yeah. It's the kind of thing where you have to push it in, it clicks and it turns on. Are you sure? He's like, yeah. He reaches up and he pushes it. And when he pushes it hard enough, he just dents it in. It's a speaker. Yeah, so now he's got the only car in the country like that with a dented speaker in the center of his.
Mm.
Oh my god. Yeah, but that yeah, that's what it takes to get. So now there's dealerships for these cars there, right? But back then, if you had a Harley in the country, oh, you spent a lot of money on that sucker, right? Anything that's potentially imported. Now there are dealerships. You can get stuff cheaper now. I've not yet looked how much a Harley costs there, because if I'm going to spend significant time later on there, I'm going to want one there.
Uh-oh.
Is it a higher markup for the regular dealer, or is it just
I
about the
don't
same?
I don't know yet. I don't know. I've never looked. I'm going to look. Right, Raymond. What do you owe? What's the
No, you're gonna be in Manila with the Harley.
Well, no. There's a lot there. I mean, there's a dealership now. There's a Harley dealership.
Mm.
And when we set up Handlebar, we looked at. Okay, so before I became involved in the project, the guys looked at acquiring the Harley dealership for the country. Because during
Mm.
the process of thinking about this, they found out that it was available,
Oh.
right? And so a friend of mine, Archie Rodriguez is his name. Archie's dad is Jack Rodriguez. Jack owns the TGI Fridays franchises for the country.
Mm.
Okay, he probably still owns it. Archie owns California Pizza Kitchen in the country, and he has a couple other things too. And we ran my friends ran across Archie, who's a friend of mine at the time, and Archie told them that that because he deals in franchises, and it was going to be available, and so they were looking what it would take to get it. And our original concept for Handlebar was this little small cozy biker bar for us, like a little private place. And what it turned into was this massive place, and this is the reason why. Is when they found out about the Harley dealership opportunity, which would include like a bar and restaurant type scenario. It had to have you had to actually have a dealership, and so you had to have available parking. There's rules about so you had to have parking to get the franchise, and so and also you have to do test rides, and so they started looking at a much bigger place. And just like looking at houses, once you start looking at bigger places, your mind never shrinks back down. Your imagination never shrinks back down to the little private, cozy biker bar that you wanted. Now you're freaking. So the way I describe Handlebar is it's basically the Hard Rock Cafe except motorcycles instead of music. That's how big it is, right? And it started off as being a small, cozy place for just a bunch of guys to hang out. It turned into a real business because of that, and they turned it down because they just didn't see the profitability. It just cost too much money to get the franchise, but it's there now, and so I'm curious to see how much it would cost to buy a bike there. I'm not sure how big the market would be. I wouldn't buy some crappy ass smaller bike. I'd want to buy something at least as big as mine.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But yeah, I mean, because I'm looking at let's transform the talk. I mean, like retirement, right? Retirement. Okay, Quentin and I are essentially the same age. Retirement is like around the corner, right? For us, I mean, if you really want to look at it, I've been semi-retired for a while. I mean, for a bit. But real retirement, you got to start planning. What do you want to do with? And the hardest part about it, see. Most people think the hardest part about retirement is actually affording to retire.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But that's only one aspect of retirement. What are you going to do in that time? Right? What's your time going to look like? What's your life going to look like when you quote unquote retire? Right? Some people want to walk away. I mean, they don't want to work, period. They want retirement to be retirement. They want to just never work. At all. They just want to just have fun. Okay? Which I can see. I can see wanting to have fun in retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But what if what you consider fun is a lot of human interaction that comes along with doing deals?
Yeah.
Now, I can see that as being, for me, like, I mean, for me, consulting is pretty fun. Can be pretty fun, depending on the kind of business I'm consulting for.
Yeah.
Right? It could be fun. I mean, meeting clients in restaurants, can be fun. Like playing golf with clients. Well, I don't do that anymore. But, the social aspect of it could be fun.
Right.
But it all depends on what kind of clients you have.
Mm-hmm.
Right? If you have people who, like, if your clients are, I wouldn't say financially struggling, but if your clients are trying to set up a business on a shoestring because they have to, maybe that's not so fun.
No.
But some of my past clients, they're basically setting up businesses because they need something to do with their time and the extra money. It could be fun. Like that client I told you who owned that mall. Right? I mean, I questioned them how they planned on keeping this business afloat. How are you going to have this restaurant thrive if you only focus on the money side of things? And they pointed out, we own this entire mall that it's in, and this condo building that we're meeting in right now, we own the whole thing too. I'm like, oh shit, okay. They don't need the extra money, right? But yeah, so retirement, like, and Raymond, you're what? You're 30. Once again, I can't keep forgetting. You're 37. 38.
I'm 38.
38. 38 sounds young, but I mean,
Oh no, I think about retirement.
Right? Because retirement's not an age. Retirement it's a mindset. It's like, are you ready to do that? To me, like, some people are looking to leave a mark in the world, and that's why they're still plugging away at what they do.
Right.
Right. I know some people who are pretty well off who are still trying to score bigger and bigger deals.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm
I
like,
mean,
why? But the thing is, they want to do something that leaves them in like they want to do something like Wikipedia worthy, right?
oh
Where
yeah,
they're involved in something that they'll be known for, right? I just never saw the point in that, right? To me, it's like all I need is for the businesses that I run to have cash flow. Because think about it, if you were like the magic number for retirement for a lot of these public advisors, like they'll say, "Oh, this is how much money you need to retire, either comfortably or at least this much to retire and not to worry about being broke." Right? So you have a certain amount of money working for you that gives you enough money to pay for your retirement. That's one way to look at it, right? At the same, so let's say that number is 5,000 a month, $5,000 net spendable every month. Okay. As a retired person, think about it. As a retired person, if you're not worried about a mortgage, you have no mortgage payments, right? If you have no mortgage payments and all you got to do is worry about, like, let's say you have no mortgage payments, no auto pay, you have no payments. Okay. $5,000 a month could potentially be enough to make it on, right?
right.
Okay. If you have no payments. Okay. But if you're still carrying a mortgage into retirement, no, you're not gonna, that may not cut it. Right. But let's say 5,000, let's say in a couple situation, 3,500 a month each is 7,000 total. That should be enough to cover most everything. Right. Depends on how you live. Okay. Now, you can get that cash flowing from businesses, okay, rather than your investments being what makes that. Right? So if you have businesses that don't really need you to run. So that's the reason why sometimes people buy franchises. So a guy who owns like 20 Taco Bell franchises, that's what he's doing it for. They cash
Yeah.
flow. Okay. Who's that dude? Remember what's that guy, that black dude who owns like 20 McDonald's? Remember him?
I mean, I know who you're talking about. What is Crystal kind of introduced us to her?
No, we met him through Taste of Soul.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay. Yeah. I mean, I
yeah. When you have that, you have
yeah.
20 McDonald's. Your cash flow. I mean, regardless of what the net. I mean, each one makes a certain amount. So he doesn't have to have money in the bank.
No.
I mean, he has to have like a safe number as a sim. He has a bit of a safety net. Like he has to
But
be
as
able
long
to.
as you got the cash flow each and every
Yes.
month, you're good.
Yeah. So if you own 25 rental properties that are cash flowing, like $800 a month each. Oh yeah, then you're good in retirement. Right. So that's one of those things where I'm thinking like, just cash flow a nominal amount. And then, because if you think about it, because I've been giving serious thought to what I want to do with my time.
Right.
Right. And I'm realizing that, the more and more I look at it, being in shape, I mean, really being in shape, because I've seen guys retiring, even early retiring guys who are not really in great shape. Right? They're not in bad shape, but dude, if you really think about it, you can be in better shape and last longer in retirement. Though
Yeah.
it's not a guarantee, right? Because we've all
Man,
heard
you know
stories.
what?
Yeah, go ahead.
I got this 80-year-old customer that comes in, and I'm telling you, he in better shape than me. And like every time I see him, it's like a medical marvel. Like it's just
Yeah.
like you can see he got bulging and
Mm-hmm.
coming here, and it's like his name Jonathan. He cool, man. Like so, I understand. Like yeah, you definitely want to be
Yeah, you want to be
in a great
in
shape.
great shape. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Because like right now, okay, so myself, let me look at my stats. My body fat percentage is well within what's considered standard. I'm not high in body fat. I mean, my body fat's right there in the mid to low standard range, right, for a regular person. Okay, I'm not out of shape, really,
Hmm.
but I'm not in the kind of shape that this guy Jonathan probably is in.
Man, I'm not even in his shape.
Right? So, but the thing about it is this: every guy, and this is what you got to realize, every person that you've ever seen in that kind of shape has to work at it. It just doesn't happen. Some people say, oh, they're just gifted. No, they don't. They're not. I mean,
No,
it's part of
he
it.
looked like he work out every
Yeah.
day.
I mean,
And
genetics
he's
is
probably
a part
been
of it.
working out every day for the past 20 years.
Yep. They have to exercise and they have to eat right.
Right.
Okay, there's no way around it, right? There's no way around that. They got to exercise and they got to eat right. So
Yeah.
they got
I
to,
mean, even though he was coming and buying cake,
yeah.
but
I mean, remember, eating right isn't eating drastic. I mean, like he probably,
Moderation.
not in his moderation. I mean, no.
moderation.
To look like that, to look really, really good, there's
Probably not at
no
all.
real moderation in it. Buying cake.
Yeah,
and
it's not
stuff
like
is-
he buying cake every day.
yeah,
He can't.
that's a cheat day.
Yeah.
Like, looking like, okay, The Rock, okay, Dwayne Johnson right now looks very different. He dropped crazy amounts of weight. Okay, he looks
Right.
very different. Okay, but but even now, right now, he's probably really, really defined at that size.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but let's look at some other guys like who's an actor known for their physicality. Chris Hemsworth. Right, Chris Hemsworth, to look like Chris Hemsworth, takes work and dedication, and you can't the body fat percentages these guys run with, you can't eat badly for days in a row. You can't. In
No.
fact, they'll probably make them feel sick.
Right.
It takes effort. I mean, it's a commitment. Well, I guess the point I'm trying to make is, it is a lifestyle.
It is.
It's a lifestyle, right? So if I was looking at it, it's like, okay, if you commit to that lifestyle, okay, it actually becomes most of what you do.
Yeah.
Okay, so your retirement is what's happening when you're not taking care of yourself, right? So you spend a certain amount of hours per week strength training, because that's key to it. I mean, like, you can't just watch your diet. I mean, like, if you want to be vital in your older age, you got to be strong. You have to have resistance training. It keeps your bones strong, right? It keeps your body producing the right hormones to keep yourself regulated. And I've been reading more and more about leg strength being a better indicator of health than anything else. Because, okay, so the legs, the muscles in the legs are the largest muscles in the body. Okay. They can move the most weight. Right. So if you want to produce more testosterone as a man in later life, you have to basically, working your legs is going to help you get there. Because they can do more work than your arms can. They're stronger than your chest, right? There's not a single strong man alive whose bench is greater than his squat. Okay, oftentimes a person's squat is double their bench or more.
Dang.
Okay? Just shows you the strength of the legs, right? So the legs enable you to do a strength workout longer than the arms can, right? So you can really get your legs strengthen up and last longer in a strength workout doing that, and increase your testosterone production. And you can, the legs are better. So I'm not that good with leg day. I got to start doing it. But my excuse is I'm so heavy that my just everyday movement is my leg day. That's what I keep saying, right? But it's not really true. It's not really true. I also skip leg day just because I got genetically, my calves are shaped right. So even when I don't work them, they look like they've been worked. So it's a thing where if my calves look crappy, I'd probably do leg day. But since they don't, I just leg day. But I gotta start doing leg day. So if you think about it, if eating right, and eating right doesn't have to be boring, right? You can eat right and make really good foods. I mean, like if eating right and exercising eat up a certain number of hours in your day, you only have a little bit to fill up for the rest. Right? So the question is, what will be your activity? So I've decided that I'm going to be eating right and getting fit and staying that way. What am I going to do with the remaining hours? Right? What hobby can I pursue? Right? What will make my time? What's going to make me want to get up and do stuff besides staying healthy? What activity do I know guys who play golf the entire time. So I can, if I was into it, I could see myself waking up, eating right, working out, getting some walking time in, and playing golf for the rest of the day. I can see that almost every day. If I was really into golf, which I was before, but now I'm not.
So you try to, because I mean we had this discussion kind of in our class on Wednesday, because I like it really was like I wanted to say it, but it was just I just didn't get a chance to. I feel like I feel like you should go and find your favorite YouTuber and just mimic their life, like how we were talking. Because I think we were talking about
Okay.
Tavares and Hoobie, and you was like, yeah, I can see myself doing that, and I was like, I can see you doing that, like being the car guy and building a collection, and you always working on certain cars.
But the thing
But is
about it is
that what
this,
you want to
though.
do?
But here's the thing, though. This is the reason why that I'm looking at it and I'm like, maybe that's not a good idea. Have you noticed that Tavares tends to get kind of really out of shape periodically? And
He's always out of
he
shape.
loses a little bit, but then he never really gets into, because he's just got so much going on. He has so
You got
many
a lot going
projects.
on.
He just takes up everything, right?
Yeah.
Right?
He probably wake up and it's like, oh, I gotta work on the Ferrari. Like that's how he wakes up. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's also how you don't want to live your retirement age.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like you don't want to live your retirement where you're like constantly waking up like, because I kind of look at like, so like I learned a lot about entrepreneurial stress during my, like, when I was in, well, I kind of had it when I had the restaurant, but it was a different type of stress when I did the farmers markets, right?
Okay.
I had hit a phase where it was like, if I woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning, I was late.
Yeah.
So I like, and it would stress me out. Like it would. I got to a point where I learned if I go to sleep with the light on, I'm not gonna oversleep. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? And that's when you think about that, that's kind of crazy, right? And it wasn't until I went back into the restaurant and my boss, I noticed the same type of stress on her that I had just had. Where I'm like, oh Jesus, this lady probably wakes up at 4 o'clock in the morning, like, oh my God, I gotta get up and do this, that, and the third. And she's not 80, but she's in her late 70s.
okay.
Where I'm like, and like, we kind of have conversations where she's like, she feels like she's gonna die in that place because
Oh,
it's like it's almost like she is no way out, right?
okay.
Um, one, like, we had a real like heart to heart conversation, like not me and her, but me, her, and one of my other coworkers, where she talked about
Does she feel
she had
trapped there?
huh?
Does she feel trapped there?
She feels trapped there.
Oh,
She
wow.
worked 6 or 7 days a week,
We just got her to 5.
but she was working 6 or 7 before.
Yeah. We just got her to 5. Cause I mean, we like, I think she had something on her back. Like she had a surgery on her back, right? And because she's had a lot of people burn her, she don't trust nobody. You know what I'm saying? Like this lady, like when she tells me she's only told me like the surface level of people who've done her wrong.
Okay.
So she don't trust us with nothing. And she don't be giving us certain information, and it
Okay.
just be like, it kind of be irritating because I'm like, you really don't need to, you know what I'm saying, you don't really need to be here. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you have somebody to go and pick up certain items that you need to get, which she used to have somebody who used to do that, but what happened was I guess they like emptied her out of her account because they ended up getting the PIN number.
Oh,
So
dang.
they empty out one of the accounts with all the money in it. So she had to get that back. So now she has to do certain shopping herself. Where I'm like,
Okay.
that's like that type of stuff. Like you could send somebody to Restaurant Depot to do that for you. You know what I'm saying? Like it's certain, like even like payroll, certain things. It's like somebody should be doing this for you.
Well, hold
We
on.
could
Let's
do
let's
this
let's
for
talk
you.
real quick. So, you know, I'm gonna assume, and I may be wrong, that the place doesn't really net her a lot of money. Does it? Do you think she makes good money with the place?
I think she makes good money with it.
I mean, okay, so does she actually serve a function when she's there?
On like a back end function, yes.
Okay, I mean, if she
And
was
then a bakery function, yes.
okay, so if she was not to come in at all anymore, would she have to hire somebody to do the things that she's doing?
Yes.
Okay, okay, and if that was the case, would she still make enough money to live on from the place, or no?
I think she might not. I don't know.
So she has,
Like it's all like right now it's all speculation.
yeah, speculation.
I think she could because I see the numbers that we do where it's like they're amazing numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like for a little hood spot.
I mean, remember, amazing numbers aside. I mean, I was just reading. Of course, you get things recommended to you in your feeds based on the things you like, right? So I get a whole lot of stuff where Mark Cuban, these guys are giving advice, right?
Right.
And all their advice, their advice is you don't. They were talking about the businesses that they never invest in. Okay, now they're a bit different than us. Remember, because they're talking about investing large amounts.
Right.
So they're not talking about opening up some small spot. They're talking about bigger spots. But they don't like restaurants at all. And the reason they don't like restaurants is a couple of reasons. But they like to open up businesses that have significant barriers to entry. Those are the businesses they want to get into. Because if there are significant barriers to entry, not every Tom, Dick, and Harry are jumping into that business. See, with a restaurant, the only barrier to entry is capital.
That's it.
Anybody can open a restaurant with a bad idea. I mean, it could be a crappy idea. Like,
it could be a crappy restaurant.
Yeah, it could be a crappy restaurant, a bad idea in the wrong place. But if you have enough capital in your pocket, or you have the ability to get it, you could open the restaurant, right?
Yeah, like I'm not gonna say the name, but like on the street where I have my restaurant, there was a restaurant right up the street. Horrible. Like I would not like. I would never eat there again. I only ate there just because I'm like, well, it's up the street. Let me taste
Let me give it a try, right?
And I'm like, I remember it's a Chinese food restaurant on the same block that got a C. I'll eat at the Chinese food restaurant before I eat there.
See, now,
and it's like, and they're still there. I've been gone for a while, and they're still there.
Well, I mean, remember, sometimes the quality is not an indication of success.
It's not.
I mean,
I know. No, I get it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, the quality has nothing to do with it.
The formula could work, right, without the quality. I mean, but what I'm saying is this. I mean, like, because anybody can do it, there's a lot of them happening, right? So when they talk about barriers to entry, they're talking about intellectual property barriers. Like, you have to have maybe legislation, maybe, okay, the best example of a business with significant barriers that they would get into is legalized cannabis in California.
Oh, yeah.
There's so many hoops to jump through to have to get into that business.
Yeah.
Okay. That only a few people could ever get into it. And the monetary requirement is significant. Right?
Significant.
Yeah. So that's the kind of business that they would look to get into because they have the capital and they can get, there's the licensing.
And your competition gets rated if they ain't got it together.
Yeah, there's not a lot of competition, right?
No, your competition, like, there's competition.
Yeah.
Everybody, like, it's California. I probably got a neighbor that sell weed. It's just the fact that your competition can get rated at any point.
Yeah. I mean, but I'm talking about in the legal space. So now, same thing with like let's say that your product has proprietary technology involved in it, right? That's the kind of barriers to entry I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So now when they talked about, now I'm not saying that that's what people should do because like that kind of stuff is where that's serious money now, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm talking about, the restaurants are dangerous because when they talk about it, it's not uncommon for a restaurant to have margins somewhere in 5 and 10%.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You work so hard to make 5%. It's kind of disheartening, right? And that's where people really don't so you can do really good numbers. Like I think I told you guys before. Remember We were doing merchant card processing a long time ago,
Mm-hmm.
and I got the contract for a bunch of Del Tacos. Right, this I forget what he was. I want to say he was Persian. He was either Persian or Armenian. So I got a referral to the guy. I went to one of his Del Tacos, and he hands me all these credit card billing statements for the past couple months, from like 7 of them. He's got 7 spaces. Okay. And do you know that basically what he nets out of his, I mean, like, the amount of money he's netting, I'm sorry, the amount of money he's grossing is only a couple $1,000s in each place? It's not that much. He does not gross that much. And he said that basically he nets like $1,000 max
A month or a
a
week?
month.
7 or
a
each?
$1,000 in one.
Yeah, I think
That's
that I know
that's
it's
pretty
like
much
that
all
with
he'll make. So he'll
franchising.
make $1,000, maybe 750, maybe 1,002, but he'll make like in and around $1,000 in profit per month from one location. That's why he's
Yeah,
got 7 of them.
right. It's just like the guy with the McDonald's. I think it's like that with the McDonald's. Like
Something similar. Yeah.
you're making like I heard like some people say like $500 a
You
month.
hear these things, but I think it could be more. But I've
Yeah.
actually seen the Del Taco. I've seen his actual carts. I mean, I've seen his merchant processing documentation, so I know how much he collects. And then we talked about what it costs to run it, and yeah, if he makes about $1,000 on a location. Like, whoa, it's not what you expect. So you kind of expect the guy owning 7 Del Tacos to make some really, no, $7,000 a month, maybe
Mm-mm.
10 if he's lucky overall in a month, right? But that's why in a situation like that, you buy a bunch of them, okay?
Mm.
And so the because remember also he pays rent. He pays rent for the location. That's why he doesn't make much money. Because when you think about the costs, he doesn't own that building. He's renting it. Right. And oftentimes a lot of these franchise places, the master franchise owner owns the building.
Right.
Like a McDonald's. Like I believe McDonald's owns
State.
all the real estate that their franchise holders are in.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's part of the partnership in McDonald's, right?
Right.
So yeah, so that's the way they work, right? So, restaurants are tough. And even if they're successful, the margins can be quite minor, right? They're
Yeah.
slim margins. It's a tough business. And that's why a lot of these amateur restaurant owners, they own restaurant, I mean like they're professional restaurant owners in that they really own restaurants, but when I say amateur, they're not from the industry. Right. So
Nah.
that's why you walk into their places and they're charging insane prices for quite common food.
Right.
Right. The best example is Mexican food. Right. I mean, I used to live in Whittier, and Whittier is full of good Mexican food, like real, honest to goodness, made by Mexicans for Mexican food. Right. And it's not expensive because it's made for the local population. It's really, really good. Right.
Right.
Now, for years, Uptown Whittier has been turning into this foodie spot. Okay.
Uptown Whittier.
It's a freaking hipster foodie spot. So you go there and it's people with like, really outrageous beards. And so Raymond's got a regular man's beard. That is a beard of a regular person.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like Paul Bunyan. Like I've seen like, the hipster beards, like the guys with super gigantic full beards, like, Santa Claus kind of beards. And the
Mm.
mustache part of it is curling. The
Yeah.
types you're talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Some of them are dressed like lumberjacks, except everything's too tight. Right? Yeah, it's like, hey, look, there's Paul Bunyan wearing skinny jeans. That's how they look, right? And they've got the Where's Waldo type red cap on. The type, the hipsters.
Yeah, man.
Okay, Silver Lake people. And you go there, and in Uptown Whittier, like a stone's throw away from Senor Gigante, right? Actually, that's funny. It's not Senor Gigante. The chain of restaurants is called Mr. Giant. That's what it's called, and they're pretty good.
Mm.
Like, a stone's throw away from a Mr. Giant, you have a restaurant serving the exact same kind of food, except the portions are much smaller and the prices are 3 times as high. And it's just all populated by hipsters, right? It's a bunch of first-time home buyers buying little tiny bungalows in Whittier, right? And they've all got their Atari T-shirts on and gigantic glasses and crazy beards, and they're paying 3 times as much for half the food as you can get if you went to a real Mexican place.
That's wild.
And it's nuts. And it's like, but the reason they're charging that much, is because number one, some people will pay it.
Yep.
Okay, but it'll only last a while. At some point in time, people will realize that, like, somebody will stop at Mr. Giant and then they'll realize, oh crap, it's the same thing. But the thing is that they're trying to make a certain amount of money. They're trying to increase that margin, right? So if you're a restaurant owner who's just upping your prices to increase your margin, who's paying? I mean, who's the loser in that scenario? If your food is no better than the place down the street that serves it for 1/3 as much, the customer. The customer is losing, right? In that scenario.
Yeah.
Right? Mr. Giant's not losing, right? Because Mr. Giant's not losing any customers to you. Because if they've been going to Mr. Giant and they try your stuff, it's the same stuff, but 3 times the price and half the size.
Right.
They're going to go there once, and they're never going to come back again. Right? Or worse yet, here's what cracks me up. Have you ever tried a place that makes healthy Mexican food? They're trying to make Mexican food with less fat. So all their cooking methods they take all the traditional Mexican cooking methods and they try to make it healthier. They try to reduce the amount of lard used in it. I mean, like, one of the reasons why really good Mexican food tastes that way is the way it's prepared. Is it healthy? Not that healthy. I mean, it's not bad, it's not terrible.
That's
right?
that's how I cook, Armand. It is not healthy at all. Don't come to me for help. You come to me for taste.
Yes.
I need you to put it in your mouth.
There's a put it in your mouth. There's a saying, fat is. Have you ever heard that? Fat is flavor. Have you ever heard that saying? And it's true. Fat is flavor. I mean, you can't replace that with anything else.
Bacon.
Yeah, if you want to be healthy, eat my food and then take a diet afterwards.
Yeah, or eat his food in moderation. I mean, that's way to be healthy, because you can eat anything you want, except you just can't eat a ton of it. So you can eat good Mexican food as part of your diet. You just can't have it be all of your diet, right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's the thing. So you get a bunch of guys who are serving up this overpriced Mexican food, overpriced any food, really.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if they were providing ambiance, it's a different story. There's this restaurant I used to go to called Guido's, believe it or not. It was in Santa Monica, off of Santa Monica Boulevard near Barrington.
Yeah.
Okay. It was called Guido's, and you go there, and it's like walking into the Lady and the Tramp restaurant. I swear, it's like dark, it's candlelit, it's like really good Italian food, valet parking only. I mean, like, it's ambiance. It is a take a date there restaurant. It's a restaurant you go to celebrate something. It's something special, right? Food is good, but you're paying for the experience.
Yeah.
Right? That I can see. So if the location it's like going to a restaurant on the water. You go to a restaurant near the water, it's going to cost more.
It does. And you're going to go for the ambiance. I get
the ambiance, right? But why are you paying for ambiance when you're at a food truck?
I mean, so, like, you know what? We never got into the full phase of it.
Okay.
But when I was with my cousins, and I think it's just naturally his vibe. But we sold, because he was doing stuffed strawberries.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
We sold stuffed strawberries like we were selling drugs. Literally. I don't know if you ever came to that spot, but when we were on Slauson, but when you got there, it was a big black gate, and we made people wait outside, and literally it was like, I'll open the gate and boom, 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 boom. Where's your money? Boom, 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 boom. Most of the time, we already had their money because Cash App and everything like that. And it was like a freaking drug deal. Even like when we would deliver, it was just drug dealer type ambiance. And
Okay.
yeah, and yes, each plate was going for like $20. I remember I came to my cousin and I was like, no more $10 plates. And he like I think the next morning he was like, you're right. Everything is $20, and everything was $20 after that. And I mean, it worked. Like to be honest with you, it worked. I mean, but it was also like it was a different time. It was COVID.
Yeah.
We weren't thinking about, oh, these people have EDD money. We did not think that.
Yeah. A lot of weird stuff happened during that time, right?
I mean, I think my cousin would have been able to survive. It's just one, the spot that we was in, that was not no restaurant. We took an activity center and turned it into a restaurant. Um, Also, like, yeah, I think he would have survived. It was just like one thing about my cousin, which it was just really like just me because I have like a certain intensity. Surprisingly, I'm laid back, but I have a certain intensity to myself. I don't play that. If we say we gonna open, like it ain't like he's a late night person, but I don't care about that. We're opening at noon. I'm not opening at 4 o'clock. That's half the day gone. So I brought that type of intensity. We're opening at noon. We're gonna stay open to midnight, and we're gonna do this each and every day. This is
Are
what we
those
do.
the hours that that product moves? I mean,
Huh?
opening at noon sounds opening late, but is opening at noon for that product the right time?
It was for me because I had people that were like, "Hey, I'll come to you to buy lunch," and it pushed me because at first I'm just listening to him. I'm going with his market. But then when I started to get my own customers and people inquiring, people like, dang, you kind of open kind of late, bro.
Oh, that's right, because you're selling food. He's selling the strawberry things. You're selling
He was
food.
selling the food, I was selling the tacos.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? It went hand in hand. It was just like, yeah, like I got to a point where I was like, look, bro, this too late. Like we got to get it started early. And we eventually did.
Okay. So starting at noon is early. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I was just saying, is it like
We weren't selling breakfast yet. We
Okay.
were
So
trying to get to breakfast, and I think I left before that.
yeah, but yeah, but it is a tough business to be in. I mean,
Super tough.
food is a tough business. It is hard to be in that space, and last.
Yeah.
That's why restaurants come and go. The ones that are there a long time, I mean, like they found a niche and they're making good money. But we
Right.
see them, and the reason why sometimes you don't see them coming and going is because the ones that are there are the ones that lasted already, and they're not giving their spaces up. So you don't see restaurants come and go
No.
because everything's already there, right?
Right.
But there was a
I think.
time when restaurants were coming and going, and then that one settled in and took it, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, but restaurants are tough businesses. They're not for the skittish. They're
No.
not they're not for people who need to. They're not for people who have a major nut to make up each month, right?
Mm-mm.
And they're not for a person who needs the business to be profitable immediately.
Right.
Right, a lot of restaurants shut down because they expected the expenses to be covered by the restaurant.
No.
That's what they
It's
thought.
not true.
Okay.
You'll have your big wave during your big opening if you have a buzz. That's only if you have a buzz. If you ain't got no buzz, it's gonna take months to really, really
Yeah.
get traction.
Now let's talk other businesses, right? So
Mm-hmm.
what a restaurant can cash flow, but you know that the odds are truly stacked against you,
Mm-hmm.
right? You know that the odds are truly stacked against you, right?
The odds are not in your favor.
Okay. So there's other businesses out, but now remember, 95% of small businesses, well, 95% of all businesses fail in the U.S. within 5 years, within the first 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that number, that's a scary number. But I think because I've seen it broken down by the Small Business Administration. I've seen it broken down how they came to that number. It's pretty complicated.
Mm-hmm.
I think part of it is businesses that never even people start them, but they never get off the ground. Right? Even without they fade away even before major investments put into it. Like a person who decides they're going to do a restaurant, they get a license for this, they get blah blah blah, and then even before getting location, it got kiboshed. Yeah, it's done. Okay, maybe that's where things go. Right? Some guy wanting to do a food truck, gets a business set up, gets permits, but never actually buys a truck. It could be part of that. That could be part of it too. So it's not like, if you look at the restaurant segment, it's not like everybody built out a brick and mortar and it failed after they built it out. It could have failed even before that. It could have failed right at the point of putting the first and last month down.
Right.
Right. It could have failed even before putting the first and last month down. And who knows, right? But let's look at, what other business could potentially cash flow? Okay, so real estate is something that all these billionaires talk about having in your portfolio.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, what's the difficulty for us here in California?
Not a lot of space for houses.
Well, okay, what was that, Raymond?
Not a lot of supplies for houses.
Okay, so Raymond's saying supply. Okay, so supply is one issue. Quentin, what was yours thing?
Price of the house.
Okay, real estate value. Okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Those are two major issues, right? But here's the thing. Okay. So you guys are saying, both of you said houses. Raymond said not enough space for new houses, and you said the price of the houses, right? So your guys' mind immediately went to residential real estate, specifically single family homes, right? The reason why you're thinking that is because that's what you live in. Well, Quentin, you're renting right now, but single family homes, right? Okay. A single family home in California, the danger of it's this. Even if you bought one, okay, and we're not talking about like multi-million-dollar homes. Okay. Oops, Raymond, you better drink some coffee. I can see your eyes are going.
Yeah, it's that time.
Okay.
Sure.
See, if you buy a house in the 750 and below range, right? That's a house for regular people to rent. Okay. You're not going to make your money back. You're not going to be able to cover your mortgage and your taxes and your maintenance and your insurance with that rental. Because people have a certain amount they can pay to rent. Right? Like Raymond, approximately what's your apartment rental rate?
$1,800.
Okay. For that apartment, that owner probably couldn't get more.
No.
He probably couldn't because similar apartments in his area are renting for $1,800. Right? There's a maximum you can get because that's what everyone else is charging. So if a 3-bedroom house, 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, or a 4-bedroom, 3-bath house is renting for a certain amount of money in that neighborhood, that's all you're going to get.
Right.
Right. And that's the max, right? And the value keeps going up because the kind of person who's rented is going to earn a certain amount of money, right? Certain neighborhoods are for those Silicon Valley types who can pay a shit ton more. That's why if you're buying $7-10 million houses, you can charge crazy money because you're talking about renting to a person who doesn't care about how much it costs to rent the house. It's all about the value to them of the location, right? But for anybody renting for a regular family, the prices in California, the mortgages you're going to get these properties means that your mortgage payment and your taxes and your insurance and your maintenance are going to be higher than the rent you charge. Okay. A friend of ours, we're not going to say names right now, but a friend of ours has a place in downtown which he loses money on every month. Okay?
Really?
Yeah, it's normal. It's normal to lose money on your rental. Okay? But why do people still go into California real estate knowing that's the case? Why do they do that?
Because it's a dream of payout eventually.
Yeah, because the thing is, the development of their equity, the buildup of their equity outpaces their loss.
Right.
So the net at the end of that period when they cash out by selling it, they're making the value is gaining at a pace greater than the loss is happening.
Right.
Okay. It's outpacing it. Okay. But what if you could buy California real estate and not take a loss every month?
Man, everybody will be doing it.
Okay. But here's the funny part. Okay. There's something new happening. There's something new happening. Okay. So I was listening to the radio program in the morning, and there are more and more families living multi-generation to a household.
Right.
Okay. So that means that parents are living with their grown kids.
Right.
It's happening. Whether it's the grown kids coming to live with the parents or the parents coming to live with the grown kids, or see, that's a normal case. Retiring parents come to live with the grown kids, or grown kids coming to live with their parents. I mean, but what's happening now is this. So that doesn't have to be the case. You could get parents and kids coming in to buy a property together. Okay, you can get that, right? Okay, but the way you do it's like this. You buy multi-unit properties. Okay, if you want to get parents living, if you want to do a double generation scenario, you buy a 3-unit. So both generations have their own place, and there's a third unit to rent out. Okay, those things have positive cash flows. Okay, or you buy a 3-unit, you live in one, you rent out 2, and it covers your mortgage. You're living for free. Okay. Here's the thing about it. I've been doing that with the Asian community since the early 90s. Have you guys ever driven around like San Gabriel, El Monte? That area?
I mean, I've been to El Monte for the DMV.
Okay. If you drive around more around that area, San Gabriel, El Monte, Monterey Park,
Yeah.
you'll see a whole bunch of multi-family units. A lot of them. Okay. See, traditional Americans don't like those living situations. Like we like to buy standalone houses where no one is next to us. We don't want people in our business, right?
We want no neighbors.
Okay, we don't want neighbors. Okay, but with California prices being the way they are, Americans have to rethink. See, Asian folks, immigrant Asians, don't mind that. They don't mind actually living with a bunch of family members. They definitely don't mind having a multi-unit where it's like, it's like almost like a townhouse situation. They don't mind that. Right? With prices here being what they are, that makes more and more sense. That may be the only way that younger people can buy now.
True.
Okay? So if you're willing, so you look in neighborhoods. So those neighborhoods, San Gabriel, El Monte, those areas, when I was much younger, when I was in my 20s, those were not desirable. Right? You had a lot of Asian people moving into them because they were cheap. They were moving in, and a lot of them actually bought these large lots, and they're zoned for units. They're not zoned single family, so you can build multi-unit residence on the property.
Right.
So they built what's called a PUD, planned unit developments. They're not condos. Okay, there's something more akin to townhomes. So they'll buy this large lot and they'll build 4 units on it. You wouldn't believe how many mortgages I did for people who were buying those.
Right.
All of them are Asians, mostly Chinese. Okay, so but now you go there and those things they're expensive now. They're millions and millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Right. You just have to have the foresight. So if you're a 20-something, late 20-year-old kid now, you could probably get into something like that in a certain part of town. To be able to realize your dream of home ownership. And by the time you're in your 40s, right, it's got significant equity, right? Rather than waiting for your situation because everybody wants to buy like a $700,000 or $800,000 house now, right? They don't want to, and they're trying to save up to get, but then it's not going to happen because by the time they've saved up enough money for a down payment for a $700,000 house or even a $600,000 or $500,000 house, that is now $800,000 to $900,000, and what they want is out of the reach again.
Yeah, true.
The $500,000 house that they can afford now, well, what costs $500,000 is they feel beneath them, right? And I know I felt that way when I was younger, and I look at the properties that I didn't buy when I was in my 20s, and I'm like, geez, these things are worth like $1.7-2 million now, right? And they're still the crappy things they used to be. Okay, I still wouldn't live in them. Okay, but it's California. I mean, you have to change the way you think about some things. But
Yeah.
okay, so there's that thought. Research areas, like I've been looking recently in the Tahunga area. Okay, Tahunga is off of it's between the 210 and
Oh,
like
okay.
the 5 area, Tahunga,
Yeah.
Sunland, Tahunga, that area there. It's like kind of off of to
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
back.
I know exactly what you're talking about. We be serving people over there.
There's a lot of smaller, older houses there. So there's some bigger ones too, and
Mm-hmm.
there's empty lots.
Yep.
A lot of empty
It's
lots.
actually it's a hidden gem over there.
I'm thinking about that now. So I'm looking at, and it's California, and specifically Tahunga's LA City.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not just LA, it's LA City. Okay. So I'm seeing some listings on an empty lot for $184,000.
Really?
Yeah. Some of them are cheaper, but most of them they're up there.
Wait, is nothing on the lot? No
Nothing
house
on the
or
lot.
nothing?
It's just you can build, right? But a house on a similar size lot in that area is like 750.
Yeah. So
So
it's like you can get it for 180 and it don't really cost that much to build a house. People don't
here's the
realize.
thought though, because so let's say you get it for 180. Can you get like can you build a temporary structure and put something like an airstream on that and do like remember how Mel Gibson was living in Lethal Weapon? He lived in a trailer. I mean, like, can you live in a trailer on like a 1 acre property?
Yeah.
Um,
I'll put a gate. I'll put a temporary gate
yeah, put
around
a
it.
gate, do some improvement, but basically you live in a trailer. You can do that while you build a house,
Yeah.
right? There's
I
that
don't see
thought.
nothing wrong with that.
There's that
Like
thought, right?
what the city about to tell you?
And that area is zoned for units. So you
Oh,
can build units on it. You can build like 3 unit property, so you
yeah.
have rental.
Yeah,
So
we having this conversation at a good time because today me and my dad discussed the master plan. Like so
for the houses,
yeah, because
okay.
my mom and my aunties they going through it. It's something I don't even want to talk about on stream on
It's
camera.
turned into that, huh?
Yeah.
I
Yeah. I
told you,
mean,
yeah.
but it's
Remember we talked about that? Yeah, I
yeah,
knew it would
yeah.
head that direction.
But it's one of the things like I've already stepped in. I'm like, y'all not about to ruin the legacy because your guys got problems. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like it's a generational thing. The first generation started it. The second generation reaped the benefits of it, where we have these big houses with low notes on it.
Yeah,
Our generation are supposed to take it over, where either we have no notes or you know what I'm saying, we start to expand on it, right? So like I had a conversation with my dad because of course he talks to my mom and he was like, oh yeah, your mom kind of frazzled about the situation. And I'm like, look, this is the plan. And next year is supposed to be, I mean, I've already got my credit together, but my next year is going to be my aggressive savings year. I'm just
okay.
going to aggressively save to where, you know what I'm saying, by the end of the year, we're going to start looking at houses. Because of the situation, I think I'm gonna have to put myself in a situation where I'm gonna have to either might have to take the house that we have, our main family house, which I'm not opposed to. It's a fixer upper. You know what I'm saying? So
Okay.
it's like even like one of the reason why I was late today is because my aunt gone. She was like, "Hey, can you look at the roof? We have put a tarp on the roof, right?"
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, because it's issues where we can't get equity at the house, and they don't my aunties they don't work together to put their money together to just fix it.
Yeah.
So I put a tarp on. We could put a tarp on there as just a temporary solution. The temporary solution came off today, but she didn't tell me. Oh, it. She didn't tell me it came off. She was like, "Oh, can you check it?" And I was already gone. Like I'm like, all right. I'll check it. You know what I'm saying?
She
I
knew
come
it. She
back,
knew it came off, right?
yeah, and just didn't tell me because I mean, like it was one of them things. Like if she would have been like, "Yo, the tarp came off, we need to get it back on," I would have called Senor Baldo. You know what I'm saying? Like I would have picked up Senor Baldo, and Baldo would have been working on this while we could stream it. She didn't tell me, and I go and I'm like, the whole tarp is down. Like, why wouldn't you tell me this? And it was just like the whole time, like, of course, like a situation like that, especially like it's happening before we're supposed to do this,
Yeah.
kind of makes you mad. Where it's like, y'all should have told me this. But instead of arguing, of course, I'm up there. I'm like, Raymond, this is just leading you to where this is going to be your house.
Hold, wait,
You
Raymond, describe it. So, how many bedrooms? Okay, so there's two properties. The one you're living in, how many bedrooms?
4 with
How
2
many bathrooms?
baths.
Two.
Yeah,
Okay. How about the other one?
4 and 2 baths.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
have
because
two living room, a den, of course, kitchen, and then back patio
okay, because you know,
on the other one.
see, because when you if you want to acquire real estate
Mm,
here, right? You're looking. Number one way you're looking for deals. Okay, so
yeah,
it helps to because you can get lower prices if they need work, right?
yeah,
But they have to be at a certain point that they're occupiable, right?
yeah. Oh, it's occupiable, but it needs work.
Yeah. No, but like I'm saying, you guys can't get your equity out of it for some reason.
Yeah, credit issues.
Oh, is that the reason?
Yeah,
Okay. I thought maybe because you talked about not being able to get the equity of the house and then the roof being part of it. See, because there's a thing called an occupancy permit. So when you buy a house, the home inspection has to basically it has to be occupiable,
right.
right? So a leak, certain things will eliminate that, like a big ass hole in the wall, like a missing window. You're not going to get an occupancy permit. A
Right,
hole in the floor, no occupancy permit. Like something
right,
dangerous, a hole in the roof, right? No occupancy permit.
right.
Okay, and this happens on all purchases. Okay, for the most part, doesn't happen during refis though. You don't need them for refis.
Yeah,
So, but in a refi, if there is a hole in the roof, it ain't gonna go through. They're not the bank's not gonna take that,
uh,
right? Okay, so I'm saying is like the only way to acquire there's two ways to acquire real estate in California right now. Either be willing to take the loss every month, so be willing to have negative cash flow to build up equity. That's one
right.
scenario. Okay, and you look really good when you have, like, let's say your property's worth like 1.9, you owe 5 on it, so you have 1.4 in equity. So your net worth just there alone is 1.4. You're a millionaire
Yeah,
on that property, even if it's losing money every month. So like you have a property worth 1.9, you owe $500,000 on it, and you're losing money every month. That doesn't
right,
sound like the formula for a millionaire, but technically you're a millionaire because you have 1.4 in equity. Your net worth is 1.4. So you're a millionaire
right.
just on that property alone, right? You look good on paper. Okay, and if you have a solid cash position, you can afford the negative cash flow as the equity builds, right? Because you can refi it later on to get that equity out and pay no taxes on it
Right.
and use it for some. But when you refi it, you got to use the money for something that earns more money than interest costs you in the refi.
Yeah.
Okay, it makes sense to do it rather than sell it, because if you sell it, you got to pay capital gains tax when you sell that sucker. You might
Yeah.
as well refi it instead, pay interest and reinvest the money and out earn your interest you're paying.
Yeah.
That's better.
I yeah, we had like but it's just like it's just we're just in an interesting scenario. It's just because of the death of one of my aunts,
Mm-hmm.
my aunt and my mom, they're just fractured right now, right? So in situations where we used to be able to come down and sit down and actually have civilized conversations and come up with a plan, we're not.
You're not okay.
So that is kind of irritating at this point in time, right? Because okay, I talked to my aunt and I'm like, okay, because the house across the street we can get the equity out of, but we can't get the equity. Well, we can't get it out from the house across the street, but this house that we're in, we can get the equity out, right? Because it's attached to just one person's credit, which is my
Okay.
aunt. She has good credit. She was like, I will get the equity out of this house, and of course, I guess it creates another mortgage, a separate mortgage.
Doesn't have
Her,
to. I mean, well, okay. So what ends up happening is this: you're either
uh,
going to get a second,
yeah,
okay. So you'll refinance it and get a second,
yeah,
or you'll refinance and get a new first. See, the only reason why you don't want a new first is if the terms on the first are excellent.
Right.
right? So if you have like really low interest on the first you currently have, you may want to get a second.
Right.
Okay, because when you okay, so let's say you owe 100 on the property worth 5,
Mm-hmm.
right? You want to pull out. See, getting equity out of the property means taking a cash out refinance. You're not
Yeah.
selling the property; you still own it, but you're going to get that equity. You're going to turn equity into actual cash in hand to
Cash.
be able to use, right? So
Yeah.
you're going to take it as a loan. So you owe
Mm-hmm.
100. Let's say you want to get another 250 out.
Right.
Okay, so you're going to have a total of 350 loaned out to you. The original 100 and another 250.
Yeah.
If the current interest rates are better than the interest rates you have on that first trust deed, well, just get a new first, one larger loan for 350. So
We was only gonna get 150.
well, I mean, as an example, right? As an
Yeah.
example, so you get a much larger loan, you pay off the first with a new loan, right? And now you have that because the interest rate. That's if the interest rate's better. But if the
Right.
interest rates right now are not better, okay, you might as well, or you're really close to paying that one off, right? So if
Really
you
close to
if you
paying this
if
one
you're
off.
if you're halfway in,
Mm-hmm.
right? So if you're at the second half of the life of the loan, you have 15 years left on a 30, the payments going to that loan are all principal, or well,
Yeah.
the majority principal versus interest, right? So if your loan payments to that loan are mostly principal now, you might want to keep it going that way,
Right.
right? Unless you have something to do with the money. But anyway, so keep it like that and get a second. So option 1, get a whole new first, pay off that loan, and now you have that. Option 2,
Yeah.
get a second.
Yeah. The goal with getting the second, right? And this was my aunt's idea. She was like, "I'll get the second. We will do the renovations on the house across the street, and we'll turn the garage into a AUD
ADU,
and huh
ADU.
ADU. I'm sorry, turn it into an ADU, and we will use the income from that to pay off the second.
Okay.
That was the idea. We also have like a back room that we can use. Like that was her idea.
So
Like
you refinance one house in order to improve the other one to be able to make it rentable.
exactly.
Okay.
And that pays it off because it's at a point where it's like I just put a tarp on the roof. Like we need to fix that house up. And
So
like I told my mom, she was like, "Well, as long as she pays it." And I was like, "Yeah, exactly. You don't have to deal with nothing. She'll handle that. All she has to do is all she needs to do is just okay, she goes take the money out. She's going to handle the ADU and she's going to handle the rental process. I mean, the only thing is like it's just because I just believe in just how like I guess the universe works. I feel I told them one time like our houses really ain't for rent because we did that for a while where we had people living with us. We had this Filipino lady living with us.
okay.
I remember my brother like ran into her one day, right? And like I don't I don't even know how she found out that I was my brother because my brother used to live around the corner. And he was like, "Ray, this lady started talking to me and started telling me about you. That lady lives with y'all." He was like, "Yeah, we can make money off this lady. She lives in our back room." And he didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? And it
Okay.
was
So
like,
I got a question. So um, your aunt will still live in the other property though.
yeah,
Okay.
I got two aunts that live in the property.
So wait. So okay. So I thought the one was gonna move out.
One wants to move out. We like that's up in the air. If she move out, she move out. Like she not telling us nothing.
Okay. Okay. And the reason why I bring it up, okay, so there's a third. Here's the other option. So like, okay, so option to buy. So if you're gonna buy a property in California,
Mhm.
if you're gonna buy a property to rent,
Yeah,
you're either gonna buy a property and have some negative cash flow every month to build equity. That scenario, which is quite common. Okay.
uh,
Other scenario is you use the property to earn. So you buy multi-unit properties. So let's say that you buy a 2-unit, 3-unit, 4-unit. You live in one, rent out 3, right? And
mhm.
basically, not only does it pay your living costs, but it makes money.
Right.
Okay. Actually, to buy a 2-unit, and rent it out and make enough to cover essentially your mortgage is great as it. I mean, even taking a small loss in it's not bad because you would have paid a mortgage anyway. Right? So that's a good scenario. Now, the other scenario is buying something and running a business out of it that earns money.
Yeah, I mean that's where I come in because that's what I really want to do. I mean,
Okay.
like what I'm saying, the master plan is because my aunt kind of wants to leave. Both of them want to leave.
Okay.
And I told her, I was like, if you want to leave, y'all not selling the house because, like I said, you're not going to mess up our legacy because you guys can't get it together. I'll take over the house. And I told her that was my plan anyway. Next year, we saving for the house. I will buy you guys out and y'all can go do whatever you guys want to do. You know what I'm saying? And I like honestly, the space is set up for a business. My aunt is already running her little jewelry business out of
No,
it.
no. When I say a business, so this is what I'm investigating this right now. So I may have talked about this to you guys before off air,
Uh,
but and we'll. I'm pretty sure this is what I'll be doing pretty soon. Okay.
mm,
You guys, so my uncle was a pretty prominent doctor.
yeah.
He's retired now, pretty well. No, he's kind of retired. He's on hospital board still, so he's paid for that, but he's not really practicing.
Where does he live at now?
He lives with my cousin.
Oh, really?
Remember, you've been there, right? Remember?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
cool.
Remember, we did his giant
Yeah,
bed
we
in the ground
did
floor?
a mini split. Yeah.
No, remember, he also lives in that case, so he has a massive house in Tennessee.
Oh.
I didn't tell you about that. So they sold the embassy
It's
here.
the mini mansion. I don't think that was a mini mansion. That was
That's
a
not
real mansion.
that's a legit mansion. That's not a mini
Yeah, that was
mansion.
a legit mansion.
That's no McMansion. That's a real mansion.
Yeah.
Quentin, if you ever see the building, basically you drive by it, and if there was like a plaque in front saying that it was the embassy of Tehran, you'd believe it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Leisure house.
What's that? Yeah, it looks like an embassy because it's a Tudor. It's what's called the Tudor style mansion, and it has the giant gates and the circular driveway and it's a legit mansion.
It was a legit mansion.
Yeah.
It was nice.
10,000 square feet, indoor racquetball court, separate quarters for maids and the driver. Yeah, it's a legit mansion. Okay, but
yeah, elevator.
Had an elevator. Yeah, and so they sold that, and yeah, great amount of equity in that. I mean, it's paid off, and so they sold that. They had money to begin with, and they bought themselves his and her houses in Tennessee, right across the street from each other. Big ass, brand new. Now those are more like McMansions, okay, because they're brand new.
Okay.
Okay, but he lives most of the time here, so he stays with one of his sons. He provided his son with assistance to buy that house, so part of the deal is he gets to stay there when he wants.
Yep. I get to stay in your house. I gave you
Yeah.
some money.
Yeah, and so
I rock with it.
I was talking to him about this idea that my wife and I were talking about, and he was excited about it because he wanted to do it, but he was too old. Okay, so it's basically they're board and care facilities.
What?
Board and care facilities.
Oh, home health care?
Home health care. They take different iterations. There's some of them that are huge, 75 patients / clients, big ones, right? Like
Yeah.
commercial buildings. But at their most basic, they're 3 to 5 bedroom houses. You can do this by buying regular houses. They should be single story, okay, with at least 3 bedrooms, if not 4 or more.
Yeah.
Okay, get a 4-bedroom house, and a single story house, and you make it into a board and care.
Right.
Okay, home health care, and these are not patients because these people aren't sick. These are all ambulatory people. So there's different kinds you can do. There's something called the skilled nursing facility where the employees you actually have nurses on staff, real nurses like RNs,
Yeah.
okay, and LVNs and CNAs. But these things are not that. These are facilities where you have caregivers on staff.
Yeah.
Okay, and these are people who are retired but ambulatory. They'll go out throughout the daytime. It's like a long-term bed and breakfast is what it is.
No, Armand, we talking about this as a perfect time. I've been wanting to talk to you about this, about home health care, because that's actually So like my mom, I told you my mom was living in Texas.
Yeah.
She was doing home health care, home health care for somebody, but like off the books. Like it wasn't like through like the county or anything like
Yeah.
that, right? So the guy money kind of dried up, and like she wasn't getting paid.
Yeah.
And
See,
like when she finally came and told me, I'm like,
see,
you need to move back.
home health care. So what I need to find out from my uncle. So my uncle was saying, this is what I haven't investigated myself yet. These are just words from somebody who's
In the
work,
healthcare industry.
who's in healthcare, is work of this, and he said that, and this is what I suspected, that you don't make a ton of money from the facilities.
No.
Right. So you might, and he said, now I will get real numbers on this. Okay. But from what he says, you might make 2,000, 2,500 a month
From each person.
facility. No, a single facility.
Uh-huh.
Okay. But so imagine you buy a 500, because, to buy a 4-bedroom house in Southern California, no matter where you go, probably the minimum you're going to pay for, you're going to buy the house for is about 5.
That's a minimum, and that's a ghetto house.
Yeah.
Yeah,
not necessarily ghetto. I mean, like, no, we're not talking about LA. I mean, like, up in Palmdale, up here.
Oh yeah.
4-bedroom
Palmdale,
house
you doing something better. Yeah,
is going to be about 5-ish.
Yeah.
Something there. Maybe somewhere in San Bernardino, it's going to be about 5-ish.
Right.
So it's not going to be 500,000 here is not in a bad part of town, right?
No.
But you want it to be single story. The reason because some of these people, even though they're ambulatory, which means they can walk, they don't want to do stairs.
Nope.
Right. And every time these people go up and down the stairs, you run risks, right?
Right.
So you want a single story residence, 4 bedrooms. You have 2 clients per bedroom. It's not a private room situation. 2 per bedroom. And the people, I think it's Medicaid is what's paying. And I don't quote me on that. This is what I'm understanding. Like, some sort of government money, some sort of insurance money is paying for their stay.
Right.
Okay. But your responsibility is to provide them with a stay, with a person to give them care, a caretaker.
A caretaker,
caregiver is what they are, right? But they're not like, helping them to the bathroom. Not like that. It's they're there just in case anything happens, right? They're there, hey, can you get me they make them food. So the caregiver provides meals to all the residents. You have to provide them with solid nutrition.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And that's what you do. And ideally, if you want to attract the people, maybe you provide transportation. So you get like a Sprinter van because these people are going to go to the senior center. Maybe every morning you provide them breakfast and you drop them off at the senior center.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Okay. And with this kind of scenario, what ends up happening is, with a 4-bedroom place, you have 8 clients, right? But you have to realize the reason why you're only going to make 2,005 overall, maybe, and I'll get the numbers, is because you bought a house at 500,000. You have a mortgage for a house at what? At 400,000, because you're putting at least 10% down. Maybe that's probably more. You're probably putting close to 20% on the property. So 20% on 500,000 is 10% is 50,000, right?
Right.
So you're putting $100,000 down. You have a mortgage of $400,000. Okay, you have a mortgage of $400,000, if not more, because it could be even more, depending on the house you buy. It could be more expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So you have a significant mortgage in the property. You have insurance costs, and you're going to have to pay proper insurance. So that kind of business requires a significant amount of insurance.
Yes.
So you have the mortgage, you have the insurance for the business, and then you have to have like 3 caregivers on staff, because they're going to work 8-hour shifts. Okay, they're like, one person can take care of depending on how many clients you have, you might have to have 2 people on shift. Who knows?
Right.
Right. Depends on whatever. So you have to hire, and you have to hire proper staffing. This isn't the 80s where you can get some Filipino guy who's here on vacation working for you under the table for like, you can't do it anymore. Right.
I've been looking at it.
In Trump's America, you have to have somebody who can legally work here, and you have to pay them a fair wage.
No, you have to have a legally person, but like, if you have a nonprofit, you can have somebody designated as a volunteer, but they just have to. Yeah, they have to go through the training.
Dude, but who's going to volunteer to work for you?
Somebody that needs class credit.
Or like, or in my mom's situation, somebody who would like, I'll give her the money, but she doesn't want on the books that she is an employee of somebody because it messes up like the income that she already gets.
Well, I mean, like, you can find ways around it, but the thing is, like, you also want to be safe.
Right.
You want to make sure because you got to realize you're getting paid government money for this. You don't want to do anything that's going to endanger that kind of a contract. So you should really legitimately employ people. All of your stuff is open for the government to look at if you're doing this. So you have to make sure that you're not doing anything that can get you in trouble. Okay.
Right.
So after all that cost is done, you might make $2,000 on the property. Okay, per month, right? Or even $1,500. Let's say $1,500. You yourself are not involved in the operation of it. You yourself are not taking care of anybody. If you want to have a shift yourself, then you reduce the amount of money it's going to cost you. But here's the thing: let's say that you're not involved, and you're making $1,500 because you have to pay somebody else to do the caregiving, right?
Right.
Okay? Because there's going to be a couple different people working in shifts, right? Where you make the money, so you've just bought a single family residence with 4 bedrooms in California for whatever. It could even be $700,000, right? But you put the down payment down. The $700,000, it's $140,000 down. $140,000 is your down payment. Okay. That mortgage is being covered. You're owning a residential property in California and not losing money in every month. In fact, you're gaining some on it, right? And it is accumulating equity if you buy it at the right time. So you don't want to jump in and expand your property portfolio during times of high values. You don't want to expand your property portfolio in a bubble. Okay, you want to expand your property portfolio in money when the property values go down. Okay, because you can safely do this because you know that you're going to run 8 patients out of it or 8 clients out of it, and it's going to earn you money no matter what, right?
Right.
But you'd rather get in when it's down so that you're also building up crazy amounts of equity. So my uncle said, let's look into this, and because he's really, really liquid. So we're looking. Imagine getting 10, you get 10 immediately. If you get 10 immediately, if you make 1.5 on each, you make $15,000 a month. And if you're doing this, my job doing this would be basically, I'd be maintaining the properties because even though I don't provide any care to the clients, I will staff it, right? So I'll do some administration to staff these places, right? Hiring and staffing. But the real job is if the AC breaks in one of them, I have to make sure to be on top and fix that.
Right.
Like I can hire somebody in, but I have to be responsible for getting it fixed. Plumbing, roof repair, cracks and whatever, property maintenance. That is the job, right? So for 10 properties for $15,000 a month, I'm the property manager.
Right.
Or I pay a property manager. Right? If you pay a property manager just basic to just, and they don't have to deal with tenants. So this is a property manager that's not dealing with problematic tenants because the property manager is owning the properties are occupied by the owner of the properties, right? So it's not like we're renting them out.
No.
Okay. Technically you are because you have two companies. One owns them, one runs the businesses inside them. And that way you can rent it out to the other business and that business has an expense.
Right.
Right. And so basically you rent it out at just about what the mortgage is going to be so that you don't have profit either. So so one company gets to expense the mortgage payment, the rent payments, and the other company, what it's collecting is barely enough for the mortgage and taxes. So it doesn't gain any profit. So there's no taxes to be paid.
Yeah.
Okay. So, that's the scenario. And so the actual property manager is just there for maintenance. They're not there to deal with any issues with the property from the people. They're there to, there's a leak in the roof. Got to go fix it. There's the garage door opener's not working. Got to go fix it. You know, that's what they're super. It's like being a building super,
Mm-hmm.
right? So there's a thought. Now that requires capital. That kind of business requires access to capital is what it requires. Right?
Mm-hmm.
From what I understand, because it's not a skilled nursing facility, because it is home health care, there doesn't have to be any healthcare professionals involved in operating it.
Mm-mm.
No
I
nurses,
just
no
went.
doctors.
I just went to the training for it.
Yeah. So it's,
Like, I'm like, I think all I have to do right now is,
you have to get a CPR certification or something like that. That's about it.
I think it's CPR, and then I have to do a live scan
Yeah, yeah,
background check,
yeah. Background checks. About
and
it.
then that, and then I mean, I just went to the meeting last week. I think you get paid $18 an hour.
Okay.
And so it's like you clock in whenever you want to. I have a friend where she makes an extra $2,500 a month because she's taking care of her mom.
Mm.
Um, they work like that's why I was saying we're having this conversation at the right time. Like even I talked to somebody where she was like, "I'll give you clients," and then she kind of reneged it. She was like, "Nah, I probably just need to do it." I was like, "Yeah, because it's easy to just go. It's only like 30 minutes." And she was like, "Yeah, because you can go and get people off the street." And she was like, "I mean, this is kind of legal," but she was like, "You can get people off the street, and they'll say that you're providing home health care for them, and fill out all your paperwork and everything like that. They just want half."
Yes, I mean, like, there's all sorts of things. But what I'm saying is that your property they're both single level properties, right? There's
Yeah.
one level. Those are both. I mean, you can live in one and do the other work if you want. If you want to do that, the problem is that your family's kind of fractured. They have to agree.
Yeah, they probably won't want to do that. But to find to find places like that is, I'm not gonna say it's easy, but you can find places like that. I'm just talking about more of like just doing the work because there's people who have houses where you can still get $2,500 a month off of them.
Hmm. Well, remember, it only makes sense to you because the mortgages are small, right? But if you're starting from scratch, so if you're buying something at $600,000, that $2,500 a month is not going to cover your mortgage payment because
Well, yeah,
you're talking
because
about
it's only because it's small. Yeah, I know what you're talking.
because
Saying.
like because a 600 grand putting 20% down is what 120.
Yeah.
So you I mean that's a significant amount for and then you're still left with 480 as a mortgage,
Hmm.
right? You're probably going to have a mortgage payment somewhere in the neighborhood of $5,000 almost. No,
Yeah.
not quite that high. Maybe 4,005, and you're not going to get that in rent. And that doesn't even count the taxes. The taxes will be somewhere near 700 a quarter.
Yeah.
It's
I
going to be
mean, but I
significant.
see what you're saying. You're more talking about because during this journey, right? Um, Another person who was offering me people was at my restaurant. Like is this lady named Miss Jean, and she takes. I mean, no, I'm sorry, Miss Renee. Miss Renee take care of Miss Jean,
Okay.
and Miss Jean and then Miss Renee come in probably like every week, right, to see me. I love Miss Jean, right? So the other day, Miss Renee come in, and they got these Asian people with them. I'm like, who are these Asian people they got with them? So pretty much, these Asian people have an agency, and they are taking over Miss Jean's contract and Miss pretty much cutting Miss Renee out.
Okay.
But like they had facilities and everything. Like pretty much, it was like I guess they were just showing like Miss Renee was just showing them like, okay, Miss Jean likes coming here, introducing them to me and stuff like that. And then I had told her I was like, yeah, I'm about to go do my like this happened on last Wednesday.
Okay.
I was like, yeah, I'm about to go and do my IHSS interview today. And she was like, really? And then so she introduced me to the people, and they was
So
like, yeah, we
Miss
have an
Jean's the
agency.
client.
Miss Jean is the client.
Okay.
Miss Renee is the one who handles the home health care for her though.
Okay. Got it.
But I think hers was more private though. Like it was something like they were paying out like the family. Like I'm not gonna say the family was paying out of pocket. I think it was coming out of Miss Jean's pocket. She said Miss Jean made a lot of money during her lifetime.
Okay.
But Miss Jean like she's there, but she ain't got it all to there.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? She needs help.
So I mean, like, so let's look. I mean, look at this from the right angle, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you're talking about, okay, so you want the money paid from the government. You don't want
Right.
it. You don't want private contracts
No.
because if they run out of money, they run out of money, and then you feel bad about kicking them out, but you got to kick them out because they can't pay you anymore, right?
No, no, no. I rather because like you it's easier to just talk to IHSS. Like I know where the office is now. I got their phone number. You can call them and constantly find clients.
Okay, so I mean,
You know.
so yeah, so now it's about getting so basically if the bit so this is how you got to run the numbers up, but we'll have this really broken down because I'm really looking into doing this, right?
Mm-hmm.
The
I am
amount
too.
is, I mean, the amount it's all gonna come down to really one two things, right? The amount you can charge them, I think, is pretty much set by the government, whatever agency's paying, right? Is set, right? There's
Yeah.
not, and
It's
you want,
$18 an
yeah,
hour.
and you want ambulatory people, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want ambulatory people. You want people moving around doing their thing, right?
Yeah.
Like you said, Miss Jean and Miss Renee, that the caretakers taking her out to restaurants,
Yeah.
okay. So you want ambulatory people. You don't want patients. You want clients. Okay.
Right.
You're not you're not rolling them over. You're not bathing them. You're not helping them go to the bathroom. You're not giving them medications. If
No,
you do, you're
you
reminding them to take medication. You're not there like no one's got IVs, so no one's bedridden. Okay.
nope, nobody's
See,
bedridden. You're
but the
not administering
yeah,
medication, nothing like that.
but the big part about this business, this is what the big part about this business in California is the property, right?
Property.
If you do this and acquire 10 or 15 or 20 properties, even if they broke dead even, it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because of the buildup in equity. So my uncle was telling me that he wants to be in this, but he like basically said that the business side of me, the operational side of the facilities themselves, he does not want to be involved in. Like, he'll help me acquire the properties.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll work out the deal equity wise, right? But the business that happens inside it, he doesn't want to be involved in it, and so whatever it makes is mine to keep, right? He
Mm-hmm.
wants to be involved in the equity the properties build. So if we're buying, let's say we're buying 500,000, that means 100 grand down, the 20%. So because
Mm-hmm.
remember these are non-owner occupied properties.
No.
Okay, there are properties that you can get into with FHA loans and put 3.5% down. These are
Right.
not them. Those are for owner occupied properties. You're going to live in them. Okay, for properties you're not going to live in, then you're going to have to put 20% down.
Yeah.
Okay, so at 500 grand, you're talking about $100,000 is what you're talking about putting down, and you're talking about servicing a loan at 400,000. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
that's what you're looking at. Okay, and because they're non-owner occupied properties, the terms of the loan aren't as good as they're going to be if they were owner occupied. So the interest rates are going to be higher.
Right.
Okay, so so basically, each property. So if you buy 10, okay, so if you buy 10 properties, okay, the business of owning the properties, the real estate holding company, okay, is already worth $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
You're talking about the company starts off with $1 million in equity immediately. Because if you bought 10 properties with 100 grand down on each one, okay, and that represents that partner's investment. The $1 million in equity that it has is the investment of that partner.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we have to work out for that investment of that partner, what percentage of the property ownership does he get? Right, because he's not the one who is going to be covering the ongoing payments of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right, my responsibility is to cover the ongoing payments.
Mm-hmm.
He puts the downs. The business that I run inside it covers the ongoing payment.
Right.
Okay, so I have to be
Exactly.
ready. So the amount of capital I have to come in with, okay, is enough to make mortgage payments for the first few months in case it takes longer to fill the places with clients.
Right.
My responsibility is to pay the mortgage. Okay, for however long it takes until the facilities pay the mortgages.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, which is nowhere near as much as the $1 million it takes to buy the 10. So if it takes $1 million to buy the 10, the mortgage payments on those 10, let's say I need to come in with a year's worth. Okay, let's say it costs something in the area of like 50 grand a year in mortgage payments.
Mm.
Okay. On 10 of them, it's $500,000. That's what I
Yeah.
need to have in reserve. Okay. In case I can't generate payments from the facilities yet. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Obviously, he's not going to let his own credit get dinged. So if anything hits the fan, he's going to cover it himself, right? But that'll probably trigger a clause in our partnership agreement that makes me lose portions of my equity.
Right.
Okay, because my responsibility is making the mortgage payments. Okay,
Right.
that's what it turns into. His responsibility is down payments. Okay, and so, but that's where the big money is, right? Okay, so I'm gonna bring up just my own property, and I really shouldn't show it on the screen. Quentin, do you know my address?
Written down somewhere.
Okay, if you go on Zillow, and because these are the kind of things that you don't put in these things, so you don't dox yourself. You don't show your home address on these podcasts, right? And you don't say them out loud either. Okay. I've texted you. I want you to look on one of your screens. Look up my home address on Zillow, and it'll show you how much equity it's built up. What percentage in value it's gained in the past 10 years. Okay. To give you an idea, so this is where California rules. I was looking up a property in my old town in New Jersey, a similar property and similar in value to this, okay. And I looked up this one, and this property here severely outperformed that property over there, in terms of how much value it gained in 10 years. It was a ridiculous number, actually. Okay, it's either gone up 106% in 10 years or 160. There's a 1 and a 6 in it. Okay, so imagine, so even at 106%. Okay, so that's more than double. That's remember, if your property goes up 100%, it's doubled in value. Right. So if you buy a property at $500,000 and in 10 years it gains 100% in value, okay, you're talking about $1 million. It's gained $500,000 in value. Okay. So 10 of them gaining 500 grand in value over the course of 10 years. Right. It's $5 million in value. Wait, no, that's wrong. Is that right? 500,000 times 10?
500,000 times 10 is 5 million.
Yeah, $5 million, right? You've gained $500 million in equity just from appreciation. Okay, not counting the amount of equity you built by paying down the mortgages. Right? That alone is where are you going to get that? Where are you going to get that kind of appreciation? I mean, it's nowhere, right? And the business that's inside it is paying for it. It's not losing equity. It's not negative cash flowing. Right? Quinn, did you find it?
No, I got it written down in one of my other books.
Hold on, I'll text it to you.
Okay.
Okay, don't read it out loud, of course.
Nope.
So put that. So do a search. Put that address in this Google search bar and put the word Zillow at the end of it. And what you're looking for is here. I'll show you what you're looking for. Actually, hold on. Let me do a share screen. Okay, we see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm gonna put.
Did Ray crash on us?
What?
Raymond crash on us?
No, he's still there.
I'm right here.
Here you go. So you go into Zillow, and let's say, for example, this property here. Okay, here we go. So this is a property for sale in a town I used to live in. Okay, it's a nice one actually. 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. It doesn't say square feet. It's a 0.32 acre lot, built in 33. Okay. If you scroll downwards, you will see something. Where is it? Huh, didn't show it. Where is it?
Is it the public tax history?
Here we go. I was seeing it before. There was a graph. It was a line graph showing appreciation on the property. Wonder why I can't see it anymore. Oh, you know what it is? Hold on. It's because these are for sale. Hold up. Okay, so this one's not for sale. This is just an estimate of value. There it is. Okay. See that?
Got it.
Okay, so when you enter my property address into Zillow, okay, you're going to see the same thing as my house is not for sale. Okay? See, right now, this house has gained 121% in the last 10 years. Okay, so I'm pretty sure my house has gained 160% in value.
Where do you see the percentage?
Right there.
Okay. You're at 106.
Is it 1.6?
10 years.
Okay, so it is 106. Okay. 106. But think about that. It's over 100% in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So let's do the math on that. All right, let me stop this share. If you do the math on that, right? Over 10 years, you've gained 100%. What is your return on investment? I mean, what's your return per year?
Nearly 10%.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, right by roughly 10, yeah. Over well, no, it's more than that.
Well, you got 106, so it's what, 10 point something, no?
Well, no. If you think about okay, so think about that. Let's say you bought it. Okay, so let's look at the number. So yeah, that's about right. Wait, so what is the beginning number on mine? 10 years ago.
Your 10 years ago, if this is right, 231.9.
Okay, currently.
Currently 477.9.
See that's okay. So that's the percentage is a little bit weird. You think about it. So at 2 something 40, yeah, it's about. So okay, so let's say something is worth $100,000 when you buy it, right?
Mm-hmm.
You gain 10% the first year, right? You gained $10,000, right? Okay, yeah, that's about right. Yeah, so yeah, 10% return, right? That's pretty solid.
Yeah.
Right, and you can access it without paying taxes by pulling the money out in the form of a loan,
Right.
which you have to invest at a higher rate than you're paying to make it worth it.
Mm-hmm.
right? So there's that side of it. There's the side of, so if you buy 10 properties, okay, at 500 grand each, you buy at 5 million, 10 years, you're looking at if you have that kind of a increase in value, okay, you have equity built up another $5 million. It's doubled in value in 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In addition to that, you have the $1 million in equity to begin with, right? So right there you have 6 million, and then over 10 years you pay down those loans to a certain degree. And so you're probably close to $8 million in equity on these properties at the 10-year mark. Okay, and you can use that to get all. I mean, you can use that to collateralize all sorts of other loans. Okay. And on top of that, if those 10 properties made you like $1,500 a piece every month, looking at $15,000 per month.
10.
Okay, times 10 is 150 plus another 2 times 15 is 30. You made 180 grand a year managing these properties per year.
Mm.
Okay, after making the mortgage payments. So I mean, like, and run it, and run your taxes right. You can minimize the taxes on that.
Yeah, I mean, shoot.
Well, you got expenses. You got expenses. You got maintenance and expenses.
No, beyond that, I mean, like, there's minimizing those taxes is going to take a lot more creativity or a lot than just maintenance. There's going to
definitely.
Yeah, you're going to have to put thought into that. How you operate the business. Maintenance is not going to do it. Because remember, this is after making mortgage payment. I mean, we'll talk about it in a different setting. But yeah.
I mean, true. I mean, I never thought about it like that. I mean, we could investigate. There's a house right across the street that's up for sale that we can probably get for $650.
But there's that question though.
I seen inside the house.
So so at $650, how many bedrooms you think it is? Do you know?
I've been inside the house.
Oh, you've been inside.
I checked it. Yeah, I checked it out. The neighbor wants to sell it to us.
How many
like,
bedrooms?
he wanted to sell it to somebody black. It's two bathrooms, 4 bedrooms.
Okay, 4 bedrooms. So that means 8. That means 8 clients. Okay, so that's probably good. But here's the thing, though. And this is where the investigation has to happen to the business, right? I believe that the amount that they'll pay, that the government will pay for a client, is the same, no matter where in SoCal you are. And see, this is the reason. It
goes hourly.
What's that?
Well, I mean, I don't know about when you house them.
Yeah,
but I know,
housing is different. Basically, they give you an amount.
Yeah,
you're not being paid. They're not paying you to take care of them. I mean, they're paying a company to house these people. It's a bed and breakfast, basically.
Yeah.
Okay. So your responsibility is to provide them a place to live, and provide them with assistance.
Yeah.
And meals. That's the responsibility.
Right.
Okay. And so I believe that the number doesn't change. This is how much they'll give you to do this, right? And that's the reason that you don't find these facilities in Beverly Hills. Because they can't make enough money in those properties to pay the properties.
Right.
They're too expensive, right? Which brings us to another point. So Raymond says that there's a house down on his neighborhood for $650, right?
Yeah.
If we were able to find something like it less somewhere else, and the pay is the same. I mean, like, if they don't pay different for the clients, right? So our goal here doing this would be to find the best bang for the buck. Right. The property with the right bedroom count, the right bathroom count, the right square footage, at cheaper price. Because if it's 150 less somewhere else, that's 150 in mortgage we don't have to pay. That's an expense that we're not paying anymore. Like, that translates into a couple $1,000. That translates into about $1,500 a month in mortgage payments.
Yeah. But
Right.
I mean, I think honestly, because it's like I honestly I think what we were talking about earlier is probably the best bet is really finding a lot and building it out to the specs that we want. To where
That's a
like
good idea. But the thing, and we have to investigate that to see if that's actually, if it's cheaper than, see, because there's also the concept of buying a fixer upper.
it's a
Right.
concept of buying a fixer upper, but it's like I mean, I don't know, like it just sounds kind of weird having to put I mean, I've never seen it. It sound is like especially like say okay, say we take that house across the street. I would feel kind of weird putting two people in one room over there because I've seen the rooms. I think it's more of like a 1 bedroom scenario. If you had, but that makes it to where you can only have 4 clients. But it
Yeah.
depends on how much you get per client.
Well, the amount you get is going to be fixed. So, but from what okay, so I'll look more into it. But I've seen them doing this. It it seems kind of janky, but they do squeeze them in.
Yeah, I know. I get what you're
Right.
saying because like I know people who do that with drug and alcohol places.
They
Oh,
got
okay,
four.
those
They
treatment
got four
facilities.
in each room.
Huh?
They have four in each room.
Yeah.
Some of those.
But
Yeah.
I mean, but remember, there's rules. We'll figure out what they are. So there's got to be rules in terms of square footage, how many people you can get into a square foot area. So I mean, okay, so we have to look into what comparing buying existing property versus building something.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the building something, the danger in that is this: you're gonna finance the construction. Okay, so
Right.
you guys have never done one of these before. I've done one of these a long time ago. So there's a construction loan is just that. It's the construction loan. After the construction loan is complete, you have to. It's called a oh, what's the name of it? Oh, construction to permanent. Okay, so you're going to have to refinance the construction loan with a new loan. So the
Mm-hmm.
construction loan is not forever. It's just until you are done building it, and then you have to pay that off with an actual construction permanent loan. Sometimes I think we used to refer to them as bridge loans.
Right.
Okay, and then that's your loan from now on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the danger in it is that not passing inspections, whatever. But we have to look at is it cheap? How much cheaper is it to build one versus to buy one?
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is this: how long does it take to build one? Right. So obviously we're not going to be doing it we could theoretically create a contractor company, do it ourselves, but then we'd have the learning curve. So every month it's not done is a month we're not earning revenue. Right. So even
Yeah.
if we're saving money building it ourselves, it's a month of revenue loss, right? So
Yeah.
even if it's built professionally, so we're building it ourselves, but it's being built by a company we hire every
Mm-hmm.
month. So if we bought one ready to go, right? Or maybe needs minor fixer upper, right? Like let's say there's a month of fixing it up before it's occupiable,
Right.
versus 5 months of construction. So there's 4 months of difference. How much do we lose in those 4 months by not being able to rent it out?
I get what you're
So
saying.
that we have to evaluate that,
Yeah.
right? But here's the kicker. Okay, the part of it I haven't shared yet. If we do things in LA County, okay, and I don't know about the other counties, but I know in LA County has this blanket thing. ADUs are legal in all of LA County.
Mm-hmm.
So you buy a property in LA County, you can put an ADU on it,
Right.
right? So here's what we do. So in the past, a lot of Filipinos own places like this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, mostly nurses and doctors own places like this. And in the past, what they used to do is they used to bring people over from the Philippines and they staff it with those, right?
Yeah.
But it's a much more regulated society now. We can't do that. Okay, they used to, but what we can do is this: if we are hiring people within certain ethnic groups, right, like Filipinos, you can actually build an ADU and rent it to them like a barracks. So people will share in it, right? So what they'll do is some of our staffers will actually rent the ADU from us to live there
Yeah.
in order to make working easier. And there's a lot of Filipinos who are live-in caretakers. right? They'd rather be living, and they're legal, right? So we're talking about people here legally. We're not talking about somebody
Yeah.
working on a tourist visa.
You know what? I should have got the lady number, but I think that's what the lady who took over Miss Jean, that's what they do. Because they Asian. They
Yeah,
probably get people fresh off the boat
yeah,
that work for them.
probably.
Like it looked like it. Because okay, so like say this property right that I'm talking about that's across the street. It's perfect for AUD. He actually kept it up pretty good. He has a very nice like all the houses over here got nice sized backyards. You can use the 4 bedrooms there, put something in the backyard, then boom, you get all your money.
Yeah.
You can fit 10 to 15 people in this scenario. I think the only thing that you can't do with an AUD out here is you can't go up. But we're not trying to go up.
Well, actually, well, I guess maybe LA City has something against it, but in LA County you can go up. But
Yeah.
LA City probably supersedes and says you can't.
I mean, it's one of the things it's worth looking into because I think over here you can't, but there I see double decker properties over here,
Yeah.
so you
So
might be able to go up because honestly, the way I would do it is make the AUD right, and it'd be 2 stories. I
idiot.
will have the lower level with the clients, and then if you have staffers that live with you, have them live
Yeah.
upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's a thought. I mean, like, that's, I mean, the ADU on the property is just icing on the cake. That's just additional gravy, because
Right,
okay, so if the property, because the real estate's a big chunk of the business. If the property breaks even, that's all it does and pays the real estate. That's
Mhm.
awesome. If it
Right,
makes money, that's gravy on top of that. On top of that, if you
right.
have an ADU and you can earn money from that from the staffers, that's even more gravy on that dish, right?
That's dessert.
Yeah, that's this awesome stuff, right? So
Yeah.
it just gets better and better.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, like it's worth looking into because like I said, like I mean, honestly, like how this kind of worked out, how you already were talking about it. And like I said, I just did the class on Wednesday. Like me
mm.
and my mom just had the discussion. I'm like, are you in this? Because like $2,500 a month is enough to pay all the bills over here. That's all I need, and I
And
can
so
get that
you're
with
you're going to be doing it in somebody else's house. So you're gonna take care of somebody in their own home.
yeah. I mean, I probably shouldn't say this on camera, but I am because it's just like we having a conversation. I was gonna have my mom just work under my name. Like shit, just clock in under me, and I will take the check and I will pay the freaking house note with it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I was gonna do. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like the like. Of course, I talked to some of my nefarious friends, and I was like, yeah, man. They said that they check in on people. They was like, they don't check in on nobody. Like, don't be
Yeah,
letting
I
that
doubt
scare
they
you.
checking anybody.
Yeah, he was like, they don't check in on anybody. Yeah, you should do that with your mama. And I was like, all right. Like,
I only think they check when they get a complaint or some kind of gross negligence.
and I don't think we ain't like for me, right? Because I like how you just said, the key thing is you just need somebody to feed you. Like we take care. That's how we pay that's how we pay the house note across the street. We take care of the lady next door,
Okay.
and that's $2,000 a month right there. And
Yeah,
it's like
that's a scenario.
that's the best case scenario. I was like,
Well, I'm
Mom,
telling you, man, like, imagine this. Okay, now, and you're getting paid hourly. Then just imagine that same scenario with 8 people, right? That with 8 people, and the property's yours. That's the base of it. That scenario with 8 people, the property is yours,
right?
right? So now of course that extends staffing issues, right? And that's
Yeah,
why you stick. No, but we'll this is all just preliminary right now. This is all, a lot of it's speculation,
yeah,
right? I mean, I'm just relaying stuff that I heard from knowledgeable people. But going forward, because that's you know the thing is that the the foundation of it is acquiring real estate in bulk that services itself. Okay,
right.
if the debt services, it's like, imagine adding a new property to your portfolio every quarter, right? And not have to worry about making the payments because the business you put inside it makes the payments.
Exactly.
That's just crazy. That's awesome.
Or, yeah, I look at it like that. It's like you're pretty much like it's just like how my dad, like my dad does property management.
Hmm.
He does property management for people who own properties that only deal with Section 8 people.
Yeah.
And it's like it's money dealing with. I mean, it's just the fact that you got to deal with Section 8 people. That's why they got my dad, because most of these people
Yeah,
are
and that's the
skin
funny
color.
part. So that the difficulty in property management is dealing with the people renting it, right? That's the difficulty. But
Yeah,
this is property management without that difficulty because you're your own. Essentially, you're your own property manager. You're the client and the manager,
right.
right?
And if you don't like the client, you can just get rid of the contract and go get another person.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying is like no, because you're the property manager. You own all these properties, and you're so the client. I mean, the people living in it are not the clients, because taking care of the people living in it is the job of the employees, right?
Right,
If if the plumbing goes out in the property, that's your property. You're managing your own property, right?
right.
You're not gonna have to deal with some idiot who won't give you access. Like you don't have to worry about like, oh, when can I go visit? You don't have to worry about, are they gonna have their dog corral? You don't have to worry about any of the things because it's your property. I mean, like you're property managing
Mm,
yourself is what really is happening. So
yeah,
none of this crazy interaction with crazy tenants. That's not the way it
no.
works. So it's a really good scenario. And we're talking about this in California. See, California is awesome because on the side of the property,
Lost your voice.
do you hear me?
Got
Yeah, I
you
hear
now.
you now.
Are we back? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
We in California, we have incredible appreciation of value in the properties. We have great appreciation. I mean, we could do this in other states too. It's just that we're not going to get the crazy appreciation we're going to get here.
Right.
But we're going to make more money from the operation of the business itself because the mortgages will be smaller.
True.
We'll be getting things of similar size for 30-40% less money. Whereas the payments that we're going to receive to take care of the clients will be similar to here with a lower mortgage. So the cash flow is going to be better. Our cash flow in other states will be better than here, but our appreciation and value will not.
No,
We'll
I see
make
what you're saying.
we'll make our
The
money
real
in the
estate
now.
aspect, the real estate
Yeah,
scenario will be more valuable.
here.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I think it was just like we talked about this, like my main man Rollo in Atlanta, the Mr. the former drug dealer, right?
Okay.
Where he turned into a real estate mogul now.
Okay.
And he was talking like he's building his houses, right? And he broke it down, right? He was breaking down like, of course, the money that he can make renting out the properties. But he's talking about renting out the properties to people who are doing business. He was talking about renting it out to people who want just to rent out a room.
Mm-hmm.
And he was doing like properties like that, where it's like, I mean, this whole time I was like, oh, this is exactly what Rollo is doing. But instead, I'm just renting out to people who are already like federally subsidized. You know what
And
I'm
the thing
saying?
is like here's the thing about it though, and this is the big distinction. We're not renting out to anybody, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
They're
right.
they're clients. I mean, they're clients. They're not really. They don't have tenants' rights, right?
No,
They're occupying a bed. I mean, like it's like a hotel stay in many
right.
ways, right? It's a bed and breakfast is really what it is, right? So
Mhm.
there's a 4-bedroom house, 8 people living in a 4-bedroom house that you are providing care to,
Right.
right? They're not renters in the sense. I mean, you can make them leave without having to go through the process of eviction,
Right.
right? The government's paying for them to be there. Okay, I mean, however I mean, you're receiving. I don't know what it is. Is it Medicare, Medicaid? I'm not sure what it is.
Medical.
Is it Medi-Cal? Okay, the third one that I didn't even mention.
Mm.
They're you're receiving money to take care of somebody there, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, like so it's not like it's a very different scenario than having renters, and it's a better scenario than having renters. Okay,
Hmm.
Now, of course, you make more money when you're providing care, real care. So a
Mm-hmm.
skilled nursing facility, they pay way more for those people than they do for these home health cares.
Right.
They pay way more. Okay. But now you're getting into a whole different ballpark. So what I got to find out more about is what are the licensing requirements for this? What sort of a certifications, licensing do you have to do to be able to run a facility? So
Mm-hmm.
becoming a caregiver and providing care in somebody else's home is one thing. Having a facility is another. So what sort of
Yeah.
licenses are required? Insurance. I got to find all that stuff out.
I already had a schedule. I was gonna call him and see how do I start an agency. So I'll make
Okay.
sure I ask him that too when I talk to him.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've
But
actually
remember,
been
the
recently
agency is a
doing.
staffing agency. So
Uh,
that's when they say agency. So medical they have like what's a caregiver staffing agencies.
uh,
So
yeah,
people will hire
right.
them in. They provide caregiving staff is what they provide.
Mm,
It's very similar to a staffing agency for nurses.
oh yeah,
Very
yeah,
similar
yeah,
to
yeah.
that. Basically, it's like a temp agency is what it is
Mm,
with a very specific skill set.
right.
So you're not going to this. It's not like Apple One. Remember Apple One? This that staffing agency. You get all sorts of people. I mean, if you want to hire secretaries, you want to hire dock workers, you can go to Apple One. They can get you people, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and there's a ton of Filipinos who own staffing agencies, tons of them. And the reason why they do that is because they're, well, I don't know about now, but before they use their staffing agencies to apply for nurses in the Philippines to get work permits here,
Mm-hmm.
right? So they're bringing them in, and they are able to get skilled nurses coming here and pay them at the level of a first year nurse or a CNA, oftentimes, right? So they can, but they're coming here with years of skill. So over here, I mean, like you get nurses' salaries here increase over the years, right? So a brand new grad will make the least. As they get time,
Mm,
they're not going to accept lower payments anymore because maybe they started off at 60 an hour, whatever. By the time they're in 4 or 5 years or at 80 to 100 an hour, they will not even look at a job that doesn't pay at least that or more, right?
mm,
So if you only want to pay 60 an hour, you have to have a whole bunch of new grads. That's all you got, and they have little
mm,
experience, and they need more guidance,
right.
right? But Filipino staffing agencies would bring over nurses from the Philippines who have 5 to 10 years of nursing experience already, and they bring them over
Mm,
here as CNAs, certified nursing assistants, because they don't have RNs here. Their RNs don't automatically. Their registered nursing degree they don't automatically transfer. So if you're an
mm,
RN in the Philippines, you have to go back to school here and pass the RN exam.
mm,
It's different, but they can come here, and CNAs are easy to get quick, right? So they bring over our 5 year RNs or longer. They get them certified as CNAs, and basically they are getting nurses at nursing assistant pay.
right.
Right, then that's what they do. And so facilities, so these are people who are going to work in skilled care facilities, right? So you get one nurse for every X number of CNAs working there.
Mm,
So by doing that, you get a whole lot of skilled labor for a lot less. And that's why there's a lot of Filipinos running those, because we have connections to a country that has a ton of nurses in it that we can
mm,
bring them over here, and they're happy with the pay levels.
yeah, I get it.
Okay, there. Hey, now this is something funny. Do you guys know that nurses worldwide are not well paid? It's only in America that nurses
Yeah.
get paid well. It's
Mm,
only here. So if you're a nurse in the Philippines, you're making like the same kind of money that like a bank clerk makes, if that.
mm,
Okay, nurse in Canada doesn't get paid much either. Nurse in England doesn't get paid much either. The compensation is way below teachers. It's just here that it's that. And the reason why it's so expensive here is because we don't have universal health care.
mm,
See, we're one of few countries that don't provide health care. Like all of Europe, There's a serious socialist streak going on there. They provide
Yep.
universal health care. Canada does too. Britain does too. And when you have universal health care means that the healthcare providers are not, it's not a profit scenario, right? So they got to keep the prices down to be able to, because universal health care is paid for by the people. Taxes pay for that.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the case, they got to keep the costs way down. And that's why people in the profession don't make that much money over there.
Mm-hmm.
Over here,
Nobody looks at it like that though.
over here it's a different story. I mean, like, it's private. They charge you a ton of money. Insurance here is crazy, right? You see how much these procedures cost on paper, and it's insane. You don't pay them because insurance covers it, but you see what insurance is paying. It's crazy,
Mm-hmm.
right? And we all pay for insurance.
Yep.
That's where that comes from, right? But yeah, that's why nursing doesn't pay much worldwide. Pays a lot here. Is what happens is because we have private healthcare. Yeah. So, but that's something for a day. I mean, like, the rest of the world is a different scenario. I realized something. Okay, so hold on, what time we got going? Oh, it's about that time. But anyway, real quick, let's take a roll call. If you had to define yourself, we'll talk about this more next time. If you had to define yourself in terms of, there's some people will throw them out. Like, some people would say, "Oh, I'm a conservative Republican, or I'm a liberal Democrat, or I'm a whatever," or you may not even say Republican. You might call yourself a conservative. You might call yourself a liberal. You might call yourself a progressive, right? If you had to pick a term to describe, what's the one single term that best describes your leanings? Like, for example, like, you can say conservative, you can say progressive, you can say liberal, you can say Republican, Democrat. I mean, like, if you feel that saying you're a Democrat covers you, you can say that, right?
Mm-hmm.
More and more I think about it, I feel that there is an area that I lean towards. So I'll start it off. If I had to say that I'm anything, I would say that I fall more as, if I had to give a label, I would say libertarian. Okay,
Mm.
libertarian is what I'd be. Libertarians feel a certain way about things financial. Okay, if you want to be considered libertarian, you have to believe in a truly free market. That's one area that libertarians are hard and fast about. Truly free markets, right? You have to believe in capitalism. Okay, libertarians also believe in small governments. Okay, they believe in a libertarian believes more. A libertarian's views are more like America in the beginning. The beginnings of
Mm-hmm.
America, like free trade. America didn't have a lot of rules in the beginning, right? Business did what it wanted, right? The government existed to keep us safe, and that's about it. There were no social programs. The government didn't even tax us in the beginning. There was no taxes in the beginning because they didn't have any programs that needed funding. Okay, all they needed to fund was was our standing armies. That's it. Okay, so if I was to think of it, I would say, yeah, that would be my thing. I believe in a efficient smaller government, right? I believe in the free market, right? I believe that that people will try. I mean, like, I believe that there are people out there who will innovate and create opportunities for other people if they have enough incentive. Right? Give people the ability to earn from what they do, and you'll get people who are innovating. Okay, I believe that that things like socialism and communism stifle creativity.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because if you're not going to get compensated for what you make, why even? It's like, why even invent a better artificial heart if you're not going to get paid more than the janitor next to you? Or why should a doctor get paid the same as anybody? I mean, like, pick any career. I don't want to put any careers down, but pick any other career. Why should a doctor be paid the same as a school teacher? Okay. Not saying that the school teacher's job isn't important, right? But the doctor's job takes a whole lot more time to get into, right? And the aptitude is, I mean, there's fewer people who will ever qualify to be one than a high school English teacher,
Mm.
right? Why don't you compensate them with more, right? Why not let a guy invent something and make a ton of money from it,
Right.
right? That's what I mean. Like, it's the Elon Musks of this world create opportunities for the rest of us,
True.
right? Yeah, he's making a ton of money from us. At the same time, I mean, how many people does that clown employ,
Right.
right?
Or when he built his own city.
Yeah, and and the products there's entire aftermarket companies creating accessories for all those Teslas, right? Um, he's creating opportunities for everybody, right? So why shouldn't he get to make billions of dollars, right? So yeah, I would say that I'm a liberty, and I believe that the government should stay out of my business.
Mm.
Their job is to protect me and protect my right to exercise my rights. Okay, and they should stay out of my business. They should know as little about me as possible.
True.
Right? That's how I feel. And those opinions are, they lean more libertarian. Okay, the cool thing about being that is that you can have vastly varying opinions on all other things. Right? Libertarians believe that people should be able to do whatever the hell they want. Right? So libertarians are cool with all the gender stuff, except you just can't be a dick about it. Right?
Right.
I mean, you can be a libertarian and not be cool with it. That's fine too, right? But I just think it makes more sense to be to. So that's why I wouldn't say that I'm conservative, because libertarians are conservative in some areas, and liberal in others. That's why we're not. That's why you don't call yourself a conservative or liberal, because you can be both. So, but if you believe in common sense crap, but you have a strong fidelity for free markets and small governments. So if you believe in free markets, but you believe in a government that has a very strong hand in everything, then you're not a libertarian.
No.
Those are the two things you got to have. You got to believe in free market capitalism, and you got to believe in minimized government. Those are the only two things you got to really believe in. So I think I fall in that category. Okay, so that's my. So we'll talk about this. So Quentin, I mean, if you can right now, if you have an idea of what you would be.
I'm tentatively calling myself an unaffiliated centrist.
Unaffiliated centrist. I'm sure that you're looking up a definition for that. What is that?
I'm nonpartisan. I don't swing either way, the Democrat, liberal, or any of the Republican, and I just go with what's the best for me.
Okay. What's your stance on things involving finance? I mean, you a free market guy? You more of a? I mean, actually, there's only really two things. There's people who believe in just open capitalism, and then there's you're either capitalist or you're socialist / communist.
I'm gonna have to go with the capitalist lean on that one, though.
Okay. How do you feel about government size?
As long as they're taking care of what's needing to be taken care of without gouging my pocket, I'm good. I like that. Because you can overtax people and they make no money to survive themselves. Like right now in California, it seems like our taxes keep going up on unnecessaries like gas. Like, why do you keep implementing these new little pieces of tax on gas?
Man, it's crazy that we pay like $5 to $6, and there's other states that only pay like 2 to 3.
Yes, we pay the highest gas prices in the country.
Yeah,
I
it
think
doesn't
except for
make
Alaska. I think they're higher just because the cost to get it there is crazy.
Yeah.
They don't
I mean, I
reflect.
get that.
Yeah. But I think we do have the highest gas prices in the whole country, and it's all
Yeah.
taxes. It's all taxes. You know, every time I go to Nevada, dude, I make sure to fill up when I'm there because
Right.
it's so
Cost
much
less.
cheaper, right? And then those taxes are, where they are getting us there. These are the taxes they get us with. There's that, then there's all the car registration stuff. I mean, like they say that we are paying for road maintenance with that, is what they're saying.
Yeah, but are we really? Because
I
some of
mean,
the roads aren't being maintained.
and there's what's crazy. Why do we have higher road maintenance costs than other states?
Mhm.
What's nuts is this, okay? If I think any state will have higher road maintenance, it's going to be New York, right? Because they have a lot of roads like us, right? They have a big
Right.
population,
A lot
a
of
lot of
cars.
roads, and they have snow,
And they
right?
have
They got weather, so the roads are freezing and melting, freezing and melting.
That
and
That
tears
you'll
it
get
jacks
up.
up.
potholes from just for that.
That
That
tears
jacks it up.
it up.
Dude, if it even sprinkles here, people lose their minds because they can't
Hmm.
drive in the rain because it never rains here,
The
right?
oil comes up from the first rain, they spin out a lot.
Yep. Yeah, so it makes
Hmm.
no sense to me why they charge us like that. It makes no sense. California, no, and higher taxation is the realm of, see, in pure, okay, communism's scenario. It's different, right? There's no taxes in communism because there's no income in communism.
Mm-mm.
Okay, the government provides everything, right? Because the government owns everything. Okay, it's a different scenario. Something more like modern socialism. That's the high tax scenario. Europe is like that. Europe taxes the heck out of everybody. France is some of the highest taxes in the world. Okay, and for that, of course, you get things like universal health care. You get them providing all sorts of stuff for you.
Sound went out.
Did they go out? We back?
Back,
Yeah,
back,
we're
You
back.
might
back.
need a new
I keep
cable.
no, I keep banging it. I keep hitting it with my
Oh
hand.
yeah, I get what you're
There we
saying.
go. So yeah, so there's that. So I was watching something, this clip from. You ever heard a guy named John Stossel? You should look him up. He's pretty good to watch. They had this interview with this. I think he's I'm gonna get it wrong, like an economist from either Norway, is so one of those Nordic countries, right? And he's now living in the U.S. and he's saying that his children who grew up in America have more economic opportunity than you get in his old country, even though his old country had one of the quote highest qualities of life because of the taxation. That taxation, the government bureaucracy, they charge you to do anything in those places. You want to start
Hmm.
and he was saying, yeah, in the U.S., you want to start a business, pretty much, you can paint handyman on the side of your truck and put a phone number there, and you're pretty much in business. Right? Yeah, you
True.
might have a couple like licenses to get, but minor stuff, right?
Until they catch you.
Yeah, but in Europe, you got to go through all sort. I mean, you want to be in business, you got to go through a lot of certificate. Yeah, there's a lot of hoops to jump through, a lot of costs to pay to be in business. It's nuts. And so, yeah, we'll talk more about that. I mean, like, talk about the benefits of being American. And there's a lot. I mean, like, I don't care what anybody says about the state of America right now. It's a better place to be than anywhere else I can think of. There's nowhere else I would rather be than here at this
True.
point in time. Right?
Oh yeah, definitely
No
at
other
this point.
country. Okay. I'd rather, well, okay, obviously, if you're rolling and if basically you sneeze and like $100 bills come out your ears, yeah, there's other countries I'd rather be in. Okay. If I had enough money to throw in like that, yeah, obviously there's other places you'd rather be. But as somebody living a regular life, you cannot beat here. We'll talk more about that and why it's there's for some reason right now it seems to be popular to hate being American.
Which is
I'm not talking about Swedes hating us or like Germans hate. It's popular for Americans to hate being American right now for some reason.
that don't because that started with the Trump.
What's that?
It started with Trump. I don't know where.
Well,
Like, huh?
we'll talk more about. But here's what's crazy, right? It's like okay, so Trump is like an exaggerated version of an American, right? So Trump, how we see Trump is how foreigners see us, right? You go to foreign countries, that's how they look at us. I mean, like the jingoistic American, that's how they see Americans. They see Americans as Trump. So the way that we see him, that's how the world sees Americans. Okay, flip that around. Okay, and it's not that they don't like us. It's just that they just think of us as the loud house guests. I mean, like we're the dude who walks in and we talk too loud. We drink too much water. Right?
Yeah, we drink too much water.
That's one of the things they talk about. How you can spot a tourist in Europe. The American tourists, they drink a lot of water, way too much water. They wear baseball caps.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but anyway, so think about what's crazy about him is that he he elevated the level of patriotism in America. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
America under his time, patriotic Americans got way more patriotic. Okay, and Americans who weren't patriotic became essentially unpatriotic. Okay, I mean, like it's kind of like a backlash to the patriotism, right?
Excuse me.
So yeah, for some reason, so now it's like, because think about it, like who else? Okay, we were patriotic under Reagan. Raymond was too young. Wait, you weren't even alive. Were you alive?
I probably was alive, but I wasn't.
What year were you born again?
87.
No, Reagan was out of office already. Reagan took office in 80, 79, 80.
Oh wow, I didn't know he took that early.
Yeah, he was in office when he just got into office when the Iranian hostages were released. The Iran
So
hostages.
I was alive during Bush.
Yeah,
The first
you were
one.
alive for Bush. That's Reagan's. That's Reagan's.
But I was
I think 88
alive
was his last
during.
year.
But I was coherent enough to remember Clinton becoming the president
Yeah.
over Bush.
Yeah. So see, I mean, we were patriotic under Reagan, right? But not so patriotic that people were like sick of the patriotism,
No.
right? I mean, like, we weren't patriotic to the level of like the weekend that we are right now, because we never had a in my time. I've never remembered a president being so like defined by their patriotism level.
So wait, well, I guess so. Bush was from 89 to 93.
Was he?
Well, yeah, I just
I
looked
think he
up.
was.
Bill
Yeah, he
Clinton
was.
started
Yeah,
in
yeah,
93.
yeah. See, but if you think about it, I mean, like when's the last time you saw a president that was like that gung ho about patriot? The thing is like, yeah, maybe, is Trump's patriotism just for show? Yeah, maybe. Right? I mean,
Definitely.
I don't see him prior to his presidency being that patriotic American wearing like wearing a American flag cap. That
Mhm.
wasn't his thing, right?
Yeah.
All the eagles and stuff. I mean, like is he just giving it to us as part of a role? Could be, right? But he's playing into a base. I mean, basically, he is looking at Americans with pickup trucks and flags everywhere, and he's appealing to those kinds of folks, right?
Yep.
And he's making it that not only is it okay to be like uber level patriotic, it is preferable to be uber level patriotic. So I think
Hmm.
that the backlash is coming from that. So the young people, because right now patriotism is being lumped in with all the negative stuff that the other good old boys are after. So patriotism, American patriotism for some young people is being lumped in with racism.
Yeah.
Somehow
That's
patriotism
stupid.
became racism.
No, you know what? I watched this thing on Al Sharpton, and I realized, there was like, yeah, he made a lot of money off of misinformed people. I was like, man, it's a lot of misinformed people that get taken advantage of in this
Mhm.
era right now. I think that's all it really is. Like, it's like you live in America. there's other you're not informed on how bad it is around the world.
Hmm.
You live in one of the best countries in this motherfucker. So it's what are you complaining about? Like it's one of the few places where if you don't have a job, they'll give you money. If you don't have any food, you can go and sign up and get money. I mean, get money and get a card for food. You can
Well,
get free healthcare right now.
okay, that's a funny thing. See, all those things are what the government's trying to cut back on, right?
I mean, I don't think they should.
Well, remember, but somebody's got to pay for all those things. See, the
We
problem.
already was paying for it.
What's that?
We already paying for it. Like,
Well, we're
what happened to the billions of dollars was taken with tariffs?
well, remember, bill. I wouldn't say they've been taken because remember, trade has dropped off, right?
Hmm.
See, um, that the money that comes from all of our programs comes from taxes for the most part. Remember,
Hmm.
tariffs are a form of taxation,
Right.
right?
That
Which
we
we
pay for.
which we end up paying for in the end,
Yep.
right?
You don't pay tariff. We pay
Yes.
tariff.
Okay. Same thing with taxes. So that's the whole point of it. The point is that there's too much that they're paying for, and something's gotta give in order for them to not have to take it from anywhere, right?
Hmm.
In order for them not to tax us as heavily, they got to provide us with less services,
Hmm.
right? Something's got to be taken, and so they point out that in other countries. So oh, I should find the John Stossel thing. Basically, they talk about how in some countries, so I forget which country it is, they give you oh shoot, maternity leave. You get paid maternity leave in this other country, and it's something like 17 months of paid maternity leave.
Hmm.
And if you have, and there are people out there who are getting it. No, it's more than 17. It's greater. Basically, you get that every time you have a kid.
I think that's either France or Spain. It's one of
Something
the.
like, and basically, a woman can have 5 children and basically not work for
Hey,
10 years and get
Yeah.
paid the whole time,
Yeah.
right? But here's the problem is that they're not paying taxes on what they're being paid. It's a government benefit. They're not paying taxes on it. So those are a bunch of people being removed from the workforce that you're paying that are not putting money back tax wise,
Hmm.
right? And then they have no incentive. They have no incentive to work. And
Yeah,
on
they
top
gotta
of
raise. They gotta raise these
yeah,
kids, and they
and
gotta make sure that their job are the kids.
yeah, but on top of that, there's also the fact that they're also losing by the time they do end up going back to work. At some point they will, or they should.
Hmm.
At some point they will. They're coming in with the skills they had 10 years ago. So they're going to come into the workforce at the same level as they were 10 years ago.
Hmm.
They have not progressed pay wise.
Nope.
So you're getting like a 30-something-year-old person getting the pay of a new grad, if
Yeah.
that.
I mean, at the end of the day, I look at that as just investment in the future. You paying this lady to make sure that at least 2 or 3 out of the 5 of those kids are productive citizens. If you get all 5, she was successful.
I know, but remember, somebody's going to pay it. That's the problem.
I know. And guess what? We gonna get the money back by the 5 kids that you put out there that were productive citizens.
Yeah, but then again, that's 5 kids in the future. Future. No one here is seeing any benefit from that now. Like
15 plus years
that's the
and
problematic part of it, right? And by the time you like there's a lot. I mean, that's one way to put a positive spin on it. But that's something you can't measure anytime soon.
No, I get it. I mean, because I mean, it's just. I mean, at the end of the day, Armand, like I mean, I guess like I can kind of state mine because I look at myself as like a passive anarchist. Like I don't believe in none of this. I think everything is fake. I think all of it is just a game because at the end of the day, they take billions of dollars and you don't see the money that they siphoned off. You know, some of these people take this money. Like anytime you have a government with a lot of money, you got corruption.
Oh, I mean, there's to a degree, but remember this,
It
okay?
ain't no degree. It's corruption in our
No, I
government.
mean, but they're to a
There's
degree because
no doubt about it.
remember they got to pay for stuff. Raymond, okay?
Yeah, and they're paying for stuff, right? But
No,
there's somebody that is taking more than what they're supposed to take.
well, I mean, that's to be expected. But remember,
Exactly.
when
That's my point.
remember, but it's to be expected. But remember, they're no matter how much they collect. Remember, we're like $1 trillion in debt now.
Hmm.
Okay, so and that's because of the things we're paying for, right?
Yeah.
The whole point of the discussion, I mean, like is that what can we not pay for? Remember, the budget has been balanced once before.
Hmm.
How long ago?
Clinton, that's his claim
Hmm.
to fame. National debt zero.
Yeah.
Like I believe that's his claim to fame. He's the only guy to ever do it. Okay, he was awesome in that respect. Okay, but remember, it's a different time. We paid for a lot less back then. We weren't
Mm.
paying for as much as we are now. See, they just people want what socialism gives them, but they don't want to pay for it.
Right.
They want socialist programs, but they don't want to pay the taxes.
Right.
Okay, and a lot of them want the socialist programs so they don't have to work.
Hmm.
The problem with you, okay, so there's what's it called, universal income programs, where everybody is assigned a amount of money that they receive every month to take care of their expenses,
Hmm.
right? Well, you can see how that's not going to work
Nope.
because who's gonna get taxed for it? I mean, if I lived in a country that had that, I'd move because if I lived in a country and owned a business, why do I want to profit and get taxed so that everyone else doesn't have to work?
Hmm.
That's insane, right? So they'll say, "Oh yeah, there's always going to be some people who earn a lot of money who's going to cover the bill. Why should they be covering that? Why should I have to pay for everybody else's universal income?"
Right.
Right? I mean, like I would do Eduardo Sovereign and I'd freaking go become a Singaporean citizen.
I mean,
That's
I get it. I
like
mean,
uh,
I mean, it's just my point of view of it is just like I understand. Like, I don't believe in universal basic income, and even what you were just talking about, as far as like having to pay for a woman who's having kids, I don't believe in none of that either. I believe like everybody should pay their full fair share. I believe that you should work or you don't eat, and there should be a certain amount of tax that you give to create the infrastructure and to take care of people who just can't take care of themselves, because
yeah,
there are people who are that, you know what I'm saying, that need help.
yeah.
I mean, I believe that, but I don't believe in a government that like it's just like Russia and Ukraine, right? Did the people really want that war? No,
No, probably not.
the government's created
Yeah.
that. We're probably going to be at war with China in a couple years, right? Do you really want to go to war with China? No, but your government is going to make you do it.
Well,
Did you want to go to war in Vietnam? Did you want to go to war in Iraq? Did you want to bomb Iran a couple months ago? No, you did not want to do that. But your government is going to come up with a lie to make you believe that. That's why I
well,
don't
not
believe in
necessarily.
nothing these
Okay,
people
not
say.
necessarily a lie. Okay, so
Some people be lying.
well, no. I mean, remember. The thing is this: is that there's reasons. There are reasons that we may not agree with as individuals why they want to do it.
Hmm.
But, like for example, there's a reason why Japan attacked us all those years ago,
Hmm.
right? Because they had to.
There's no Japanese citizen that wanted to attack America. The Japanese government or the Japanese, because it was like, or didn't they have a king? They were
Well,
imperialists,
no.
right?
Here's the thing. Okay, it's like not that the Japanese citizens wanted to, as a country they had to. They were in a war, right? They were in a war that remember Japan doesn't have natural resources like that they
Hmm.
need. Okay, we were blockading them.
Hmm.
Okay, there's no way they could have continued doing what they were doing without taking us on,
Hmm.
right? So if they I mean like that's a bad situation for them, they would have crumbled eventually, right? So they had no choice but to take us on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It was the citizens, of course, wouldn't want to do it. But at the same time, they're in a war. They lose that war. They lost anyway later on. They were taking it's a calculated risk.
Yeah.
That's why they did what they did. Right. I can see
I,
why
I
they
get,
I can see why they bombed us, right? And the thing is this is that, there's a reason why the citizenry doesn't decide things for the whole. I mean, they elect people to make those decisions.
mm-hmm.
Because if you put it up to the whole country, then you
War
never
wouldn't
get anything
happen.
done.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're saying, but also it's just like you got to just look at it like this: the governments are the ones who created these problems, and then a lot of times they don't tell us the truth about it.
I can see that.
That's why I can't like I understand like how you just said it. I understand that there are certain people that are supposed to be put in power to make sure that certain things run. I understand that certain people should have certain jobs to make sure that the infrastructure runs right. But there's a certain level of corruption. There's definitely a certain level of lying and a certain level of coercion to where it makes our like way of life bad. You know what I'm saying? Like I
Okay,
just,
what do you mean makes our way of life bad?
I mean, like I just said, like who likes wars? Who likes being taxed extra for gas where other states don't have to be taxed? Like we have a state that's right next to us that get less, that
Well,
cheaper
okay,
gas.
remember that's hey, this is the funny thing I realized. Things like that are the
Mhm.
fault of California citizens.
Yeah.
Voting
We
on them.
elected those people who perpetuate that,
Mm-hmm.
right? And remember, it's a majority rule, so they're in office because the majority of us put them there. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't. Okay, we didn't probably, but people did. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
this state has a certain number of people who vote a certain way, and people like Newsom are going to win here. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and people like him are the reason why we have taxes like this,
Right.
right? So, I mean, people right now it's popular to hate on him, but Elon Musk is one of those guys who puts his money where his mouth is. He left California.
Right.
He basically said screw this, picked up his ball and left. Right?
Right.
I'm not giving you guys any of my taxes. I'm not employing anybody so that my employees can pay your taxes.
Yeah.
He moved to Texas where things make more sense.
Things make more sense, and he is building a low key town
Mm-hmm.
that he kind of where he kind of controls most of that,
Yeah.
and that's how I look at it too. It's like, I mean, I don't necessarily have to live in California. Like, if it gets too crazy, yeah, you might have to move.
Yeah.
That's the same thing. That's how I look at it. Like, because at the end of the day, I'm not like one of these people like when we talk about like democratic people who want to replace things and change things too quickly. I'm not one of those people. I understand that.
They're not so
It's
democratic. Let's call them
liberal,
progressives.
huh?
It's funny. The word sounds so positive, but progressives are people who want
Progressive.
overnight change.
Okay, I'm not a progressive. I don't believe in overnight change. I just understand that this is what it is, right? I'm not gonna call for us to. That's why I say I'm like a passive anarchist. I'm not gonna call for us to just dismantle everything. You know what I'm saying? Start over. You know what I'm saying? Because that's just not gonna work. Because all that, like, the only way you can do that is through all out war, all out civil war. That's the only way you can do that. And a lot of times, like, you're
Oh, but
gonna,
even then, it doesn't pan out very well.
it's not gonna pan out really well. So I like at the end of the day, I look at it as just like from just a perspective of just like if you don't like it so much, if you don't like it, you can go somewhere else.
Yeah, but
You
okay.
don't have to
So
do.
let's think about it this way. Okay, so from a realistic point of view, right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at government operation like a business, right? Like our
Mm-hmm.
business, right? Okay, so the population wants certain programs,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and then you figure out what those programs look like and how much it would cost, right?
Right.
And that determines how much tax revenue the
Mm-hmm.
government needs to fund them. Okay,
Right.
and then you look realistically at what they will get from people and can that be reached without
Mm-hmm.
increasing what they're giving us, right?
Right.
And so, and this is where people just don't get it. They always like, okay, when you guys are faced with potential expenses that exceed your capital, what do? Right? Okay. Do you guys go into debt to somebody else to pay for things
No.
that you don't absolutely need? There are certain things you absolutely must have, and so you find a way to pay for them. Finding a way to pay for them might be taking out a personal loan, might be borrowing money from a person, might be advancing against credit cards, which you don't want to do. But if you absolutely have to pay for something, you might do that in an emergency. Okay. But that's an emergency. That doesn't mean you do it every month. And some people do that. They live beyond their means, right? So as hard as it is to say, there are certain public programs that may be beyond our means, and you can't fund everything. So
Nope.
if the reality is that the government can only raise up this number, and all the programs have to fit within that number, some things either have to be canceled or scaled back, or everything's got to be scaled back, or so you're either canceling or scaling back. So something's got to happen.
Right.
But the problem is that the people want all sorts of things they're unwilling to give up, and the reason why these politicians have to keep pushing is because they want to get reelected.
True.
So they push for things that their people want that might not make sense, but they gotta fight for it.
They gotta fight for it because it's like you're gonna lose your job pretty much, right?
Yeah. And so, but that's the reality. I mean, like that, and that's why I'm saying that the only way to reduce taxation to the public, okay, is to reduce government spending. That's the only way to reduce taxes is to reduce government spending. Okay?
Right.
The only way to increase government spending is to increase taxes. Right. So and so of course there's those people out there who will vote to increase taxation because they're benefiting from the government spending. So people who are not contributing to the tax pool, but they're receiving the dole out, will want to keep that ball rolling, right? Because they're not on the hook for paying for this stuff; they're receiving, right? So you got to, and so a country that has so many programs running is creating a community. There's going to be a community of receivers, who all they're doing is they're taking. They found a way to not contribute any of them. And the funny part about America is that we're really good at finding angles. So there's going to be people who find a way to be receivers the rest of their life. And that's all they are. Right? And we encourage that with our policy. So we'll talk. Okay, so we have run out of time. We will talk more about this because it's kind of, because I was trying to think about that early on. It's like, it's kind of nice to have different viewpoints. Right? Each one of them comes from a different angle at it, right? But yeah, so that's interesting. So everything we talk about, there's a different way to look at it.
Definitely.
Okay. So Raymond, you're a what anarchist?
I'm a passive anarchist.
Is that an actual classification?
Oh no, I was just like, I can't call myself an anarchist because like that's like a progressive. That's somebody.
No, anarchist is zero rule.
Yeah, zero rule.
No, progressives aren't like that. Progressives typically want extremely heavy-handed government.
Oh yeah, okay.
They want the government to be involved in giving us everything.
Yeah.
A lot of progressives head into socialist territory.
Right. I would rather run my own everything. You know what I'm saying? Like if it was up to me, it wouldn't be no government. We just have to pay for services. And of course I would say there will be rules against how much you can charge for these services. You know what I'm saying? Like if there was a private gas company, yeah, if you want to charge us too much for gas, you'll be like, come on, bro.
So what you want is you want minimum government intervention, and you want you're a believer in the free market, right? You're a believer in business being being open and free to progress as it wants.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're actually you're describing a libertarian. You're describing,
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it like that also.
yeah. See, in the libertarian world, by allowing people to prosper from their own hard work, um, everybody benefits. That's their view. Allow people a system in which they can be rewarded for what they bring to the table,
Mm,
right? And don't hold them down. I mean, like don't make it too hard for them to do stuff. Right?
right.
Make it make sense. Right? We got to get a socialist among us. We need a Bernie bro to give us that different side of things.
Most people who are like socialists, like I don't know, it don't make sense. It's gonna be. I want to like low key. I want the socialist governor, or I think it was a socialist mayor who's running for
New
mayor
York,
in New
yeah.
York. I think I want to watch him win just to watch him fail, just to see how it happens.
Oh no. If you want to see how it happens, look at Portland. Portland is socialist.
And the whole
So
National Guard have to come in.
so the people who are running Portland, yeah. So you're seeing what happens right now over there with the socialist agenda.
Yeah,
You're
they're
seeing
like
that,
where half the state want to separate and become Montana. No, they want to become Idaho.
dude. Well, actually, what happened? I mean, like they defunded the police.
Yeah,
They defunded the police, which is, I mean, whose whose idea? I mean, like, in what world does it make sense to defund the people keeping you safe? I mean, and I
people.
don't care what people say about the police not keeping you safe. I mean, like, that's part. I mean, like, no matter how badly they do their job, every now and then they get it right.
Yep.
Right? I mean, yeah, you might have a police. Okay, do you know what the most corrupt? I don't know about now, but the most corrupt police department in the United States. You know what it is?
What?
New Orleans. New Orleans
Really?
has traditionally had the most corrupt police department in the whole U.S. Okay, it's tradition. I mean, like that's always been its reputation.
Mm.
Okay, and people there talk about how the police are. You mean you can buy them, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But they do, but they're not. They're not like police in other countries where they're running around killing people, right? At least
Yeah.
not most of them. Like you'd rather have some guy there with a gun whose job is to protect you just in case something happens. So like, than not, right? I would even with their reputation, I wouldn't defund them.
Mm-mm.
Okay, they might get it right 1/3 of the time. Okay? At least they have. At least they can keep me semi protected.
Mm.
Right? Why defund that? I mean, like, why? Without police, we're left to police ourselves, and how
It'll
bad of an
become a
idea.
gang.
What's that?
It'll be neighborhoods.
Yeah.
It'll be gangs and neighborhoods. Like if we defunded our ourselves. I mean, if we defunded the police,
Hmm.
it'll be gang rule pretty much. And I'm not saying that like a gangbanger mentality, but it'll be a scenario where neighborhoods will come together and they will protect themselves.
Yeah.
I would think Mad Max would
Yeah.
do
I'm
it.
thinking Mad Max. Dude, imagine if in a world with no police force, right? You'd you'd park anywhere you want.
I'd get a group of people together and we strong arm all the gas stations and we'd have all the gas.
Okay,
We'd arm for gas.
people might not devolve into that right away, but definitely people are going to start double parking. People are going to start parking in illegal spots. People are going to start parking in handicap spots. I mean, all the little things that people do
Mm-hmm.
anyway when no one's looking. It's going to be all sorts of crap like that. So that's one
I'm
thing
gonna
that's going to
sell
happen.
poles. I'm gonna sell drugs.
Okay. Well, I mean, like the illegal stuff. I mean, the people who are doing it anyway will do more, but regular folks are going to start. Because the first thing that's going to happen is a lot of illegal parking. Okay,
Mhm.
vehicular crimes are going to increase dramatically.
Yep,
Speeding,
that's true. Speeding,
Oh
speeding,
yeah.
hit and
okay,
runs.
speeding, hit and runs, red lights, okay, stop signs. People aren't going to obey squat. Okay, vehicular crimes are going to skyrocket immediately. Okay, that's the first thing that's going to happen. Okay, And of course, road deaths will go up. That will happen immediately too, right? Because people start driving like idiots.
Yeah, they say like most people who run around naked out there.
Why does it even go there? I mean, like, no police. Let's run around naked. What? I mean, that's the odd choice, but yeah, that's gonna happen. I mean, like all sorts of crazy things are gonna happen. Violent crime may not immediately start to happen, but
Eventually.
but it has an opportunity to get there, right? I don't think looting may not be a thing immediately, but when
Has
you
the
discover
potential.
there's no one there to enforce squat, right? I mean,
Potential increases.
yeah, I mean, even now we have what do they call the smash and grab robberies? Even now
Yeah.
with police,
Mhm.
Mm,
we got smash and grab robberies, and you know what's emboldening them in smash and grab robberies is that the penalties are
Security.
not that great anymore.
And the
nope.
security doesn't have the right to stop them really anymore.
Well, not necessarily the
They
right.
just run.
So secure me because they don't want to have any issues with legalities. If a security guard gets injured during a smash and grab, that's a lawsuit that the store doesn't want. Or if the security guard injures somebody, right? I mean, it's gonna, yeah. So Portland is supposed to be some goofy ass friendly place to begin with, right?
Yeah,
And look at what they're turning into. Think about
they
L.A.
did a naked bike ride protest on Sunday.
What?
The protest ICE raids and the what is it? The National Guard coming to the city.
Why naked?
I don't know.
See, I mean, you can do a protest of ICE and the National Guard. Yeah. Why does it have to be naked? That's the
Yeah.
question. I mean, how does that drive your point home any harder? How is that how is it more impactful that you're naked?
Because now people want to watch the tomfoolery.
Oh, I'll watch that. I mean, I definitely want, dude. Okay, so have you guys ever used less than lethal ammunition in a firearm before?
Hmm.
It's not it's actually called less than lethal. Okay, it might actually kill you, but rubber bullets are one form of it. Okay, the other form are beanbags. You fire beanbags out of shotguns, right? Getting hit by a beanbag is no joke. I mean, it's literally it's a beanbag. It's no joke. Okay,
We've
Yeah.
seen them on TV.
yeah, dude, firing at naked people with rubber bullets and beanbags. Ooh,
It's going to leave a mark.
yeah, and it makes it easier to target. Can you imagine, dude? You see the yahoos that ICE is hiring, right? ICE is pretty much hire anybody with a pulse. Okay, if you have a pulse and you have a level of aggression towards foreigners, ICE wants you. Okay,
Yep.
and so could you imagine a protest against ICE, considering the kind of people who work for ICE and they're naked? They're going to be aiming for the groins.
Oh,
It's going to
Mm.
be all groin shots or
oh.
boob shots. It's like aim for the nipples, right? It's going to be aiming for the nipples, aim for the hanging gonads. That's going to be and they won't even have to say it. They're going to do it. It's like I can just read their minds. It's like, oh shoot, hit him in the nards, right? Beanbag to the nards. I can just see it now.
Dang. Yeah, no, they did shoot non-lethal rounds at people protesting in front of the ICE facility. I don't know. I just went to see what was going on in
Yeah, to
Portland.
call them actually the technical term is less. They actually call them less than lethal.
Yeah, but like Portland, they've been ever since the George Floyd situation, they've been in a state of just protests and riots and like. Have you ever seen the coverage from Portland?
Dude, yeah, it's a crazy place. Portland is this, that's anarchy. Portland is ascending into anarchy.
Mm,
Yeah, they have social. The elected officials are socialist, but their mentality more now that's anarchy.
mm,
Defunding the police is not a socialist move. That's a move towards anarchy.
yeah,
I can't believe Portland. I mean, and it's supposed to be such a friendly, goofy place. You guys have seen That that show Portlandia. It
Yeah.
shows you how ridiculous and goofy that place is. I mean, it's just crazy. I mean, I'm looking forward to. So, if you want to see potentially what's going to happen in New York, check out Portland.
Was
I
that the
don't
next
think it's going to
trip?
be as.
Wait, did
That's
that guy win? Wait, that guy's winning the primaries in New York. I mean, how he's supposed to take it, right?
Yeah, I don't think there's somebody who can
What's his
beat
name?
him.
Mamdani? Is that his name?
Yeah.
I don't get. I mean, how a socialist mayor of New York? That's gonna be
Mhm.
wild.
That's going to be wild.
That's gonna be absolutely wild. So I mean, good luck to him. I want to see. You never hope they lose. I mean, you never hope that they fail, right? But certain things just aren't a good idea to begin with, right? Best of luck to you, but I don't hold high hopes, right?
Yeah.
But
I
then
mean, but, yeah, it is what it is. I guess, like, with Portland, it's one of them places where you just kind of got to see it to really understand it. Because, I mean, honestly, like, even when I'm looking at, because I'm trying to look at both sides of the story with them, a lot of the people saying they like it. they like they like it being weird and
really,
no police. It's
well,
like the people from the outside.
I guess that I mean, if any place is going to be okay with a situation like that, some goofy ass place like Portland would. I mean, like, I guess their crime levels weren't that high to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but even are there police? Okay, so have they defunded their police?
Mm-hmm.
I know they did
Not really.
before.
They increase public presence with the police.
They increased what?
I'm just. Oh, okay. No, they haven't defunded their police. They're gonna
They
They
defund.
just
did
got
for
budget cuts.
a period, right?
Probably.
In the summer of 2020, Portland, Oregon did cut funding to its police bureau.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
but they
defunding.
reversed course after a spike in homicides.
What do they
Well,
think
that
would
makes
happen?
sense.
What do they think would happen?
Man, what do you think is going to happen? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just even like what the mayor of Chicago, like, man, he make black people look bad. I can't say it like that. I don't want to say that. I mean, but it's just he he clearly is not a good politician because a good politician when you have like the eye on you and the president of the United States is talking to you, it doesn't matter who he is. You're supposed to go and talk to him.
Mm.
I like if I was the mayor of Chicago and Trump was like, I'm gonna bring the National Guard to your city. I'm pulling up on Trump. Like, let me holler at you real quick, and we gonna talk. I'm not about to like he talking back and forth with him through press conferences, and then I don't know if we had talked about it, but press conferences don't do anything.
Hmm.
There's no purpose of a press conference except for you to just talk. Like press conference, nothing good comes from a press conference.
So essentially, he wasn't even talking to he was just he was using the media to talk to Trump.
He's using the media to talk to Trump, where Trump is threatening you. I would have been pulled up on Trump, and Trump would have sat down with me.
Yeah,
Think about
dude,
that.
he sits down with everybody. I mean, like,
He sat down with everybody.
that's the crazy part. Like, there's nobody he won't sit down with. He'll talk to.
What? I would have been sat down with Trump.
He would literally talk to anybody. I mean, like, what even if he's not gonna, even if he's not gonna do what you want him to do, he'll still sit down with you.
He'll still sat down with me, but guess what? He's a deal maker. You make deals with Trump.
Hmm.
You don't beef with Trump. You
Yeah,
make a deal with Trump. Because at the end of the day, I need more money. Why don't you go make a deal with Trump?
yeah.
He will give you a deal because at the end of the day, he's not doing this. He's not doing this to better the lives of anybody. He's doing it because the World Cup is coming to Chicago and you need to clean that shit up.
Oh.
That is it. That you gotta go just make a deal. Like, all right,
He's
we need
gonna
to clean this shit
because
up,
it's gonna
Trump.
make America look bad, dude.
It's
Can you?
gonna make America look bad if 60 people, because I mean, it's more than likely the World Cup is gonna happen in the summer, right?
Mm-hmm.
You already know what happens in Chicago in the summer. You're gonna have a weekend where 50 people get shot. We hear that each and every year. It's always something where 10 people got shot over the weekend. Oh, it's Memorial Day weekend. 20 people got shot in Chicago. 60 people got shot over in 4th of July weekend. We don't want to hear that shit when the World Cup comes. So what you gonna do?
And DC was like that too. DC
Yeah.
was.
And look, like everybody talk, like they say Memphis is safe as fuck now. Like, they said Memphis is safe now. A second ago, like I remember, like they was doing street vlogs in Memphis, where like people was like, "Yeah, man, you don't want to live out here. Even the young niggas, they out here with guns, and you ain't hearing none of that now. None of it. Trump stopped crime a long time ago.
So what's going on and what's going on? Or did they send the National Guard there?
Yeah, they sent the National Guard there.
Wait, did they send the California National Guard there? Who got sent? What guard got sent?
Let's see. Hold on. Let me make sure. I know they said that they reversed course on defunding the police. Portland, Oregon. What is it? National Guard.
Because
Because I think they sent it to. I know they sent it to Memphis, but they're supposed to send it to Portland too, though.
because I know that Trump was trying to send the California National Guard to Portland. I know he was trying to do that. I don't remember that because the courts are blocking certain things now for him. But here's what's nuts, right?
I know. I think that it's their own National Guard.
They sent the
Yeah, it
Oregon.
says the Oregon General National Oregon. The Oregon General of the National Guard said the National Guard will protect the protesters because they protesting everything.
Insanity. Here's the thing, okay? This is what's crazy. We can kind of agree that previous generations of America were a little bit more common sense than we are now,
Mm.
right? I mean, so what there was a group. Remember, we have Gen X, we have Gen Y, we have Gen Z, we have millennials, we have all this shit, right? Then there's the boomers. Okay, who do you remember? What the generation before the boomers? You remember what they were called? The boomers were the people who were born right after World War II.
Yeah.
That's and up through the 1960s. Those are the baby boomers. Okay, the generation that spawned them. Remember what it was called?
No.
Silent generation.
What?
Silent generation.
No, that's the one before.
Generation X is after the baby boomers.
No, before the baby boomers. I believe they're called the greatest generation.
Mm.
Type that in, the greatest generation. The greatest generation is the generation that fought in World War was that fought in World War II.
Dang.
If you were a fighting age in World War II, you're part of the greatest generation. That's what they're called. Then the silent generation and those are the ones after World War One. Okay, they were disillusioned. The world was kind of the world. They actually people back then were kind of similar to what we got now. The young people now are like similar to that period of the people after World War One. They were kind of disillusioned by the war. Okay. But think about it, think about the people in the greatest generation. Things just made sense. They did common sense stuff, right? If the greatest generation folks saw headlines in the US in their time, like you see headlines now, right? Would they recognize this as America? We got some crazy stuff going on.
Mm.
Right? It doesn't make some of the stuff doesn't make any sense.
I mean, like I said, man, like government, it don't really. Nah, I ain't really with it. To be honest with you, I'd rather have no government.
I mean, limited government's the best kind of government, right?
Yeah.
All they got to do is keep us safe from foreign powers, right? The original job of the government was to keep us safe from foreign powers. If
I mean,
if the Brits attacked us, that's their job. Their job is to repel the Brits. If
yeah.
the Canadians
I
attacked
mean,
us, they repel the Canadians. The states do what they want, right? The individual states make their own decisions.
yeah. I
Okay,
mean, because at the end of the day,
within a general framework.
If Portland wants to have no cops and have drug addicts and immigrants I don't think they should have immigrants. Well, it
Well, no,
depends.
remember, states can't control immigration because immigration is a federal thing. The
Okay.
ability to come here into this country,
So
that's
so look,
federally regulated.
I don't think they should have immigrants, but if they wanted to fund the police, they want to. They because I last time checked into Portland, like it was during the George Floyd riots. There was rioting, there was protesting every night. It was Proud Boys versus Antifa versus all like it was all types of craziness going on. If they want to do that, let them. That's how I look at it. I ain't never gonna go to Portland anyway.
Yeah, I've never been there. I don't think I want to go. I've
Yeah,
driven through. I've driven through. I've never
and guess
stayed.
what? If the rest of the if half the state instead doesn't want to be Portland or doesn't want to be Oregon anymore, and they rather be Idaho, I think that them people should go be Idaho because they don't want to be associated with none of that.
Yeah,
Let them be Oregon and let the other part of the state be
yeah.
Idaho.
It's just. I mean, it's coastal. It's coastal Oregon that's like that. It's they're the ones who are who are going with that route,
Yeah,
right?
let them.
Well,
Like
just like
that's
here,
what
I
I'm
mean,
saying.
like inland California. This is where California's wacky, right? We're a blue state, right? That's
Mm-hmm.
how we come up on the charts. We're a democratic state. We vote that way,
Mm-hmm.
okay? But the state's severely divided. It's divided between coastal California and inland California. Inland California has some pretty red areas, right? Inland
Mm-hmm.
California is more like the rest of the country. It's
Yeah.
coastal California that's and the crazy part is a lot of inland California, you get a lot of inland California areas that are predominantly Spanish or Mexican
Mm-hmm.
predominantly, who are like freaking Republican,
Right.
like hardcore Mexican Republicans. It's like,
Because Mexicans are very good people. Like a lot of them have very conservative
they
values.
do.
And it's one of the things like I was just watching it today. It was a Mexican lady that was like, if there's people who immigrate here illegally, they should be deported. And it was like, you know what I'm saying? Like hearing it from a Mexican lady made it make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like I mean a lot of people that's like that. It's just it
Yeah.
is what it is.
Well, I mean, every single immigrant that's come here that had to come here the legal way is like that.
Yeah.
The only ones who are not like that, the only immigrants who are like open border immigrants are the ones who are here because of like asylum situations, or who were illegal and are now legal because of like what's it called? They have these periods where, and it hasn't happened since the 70s, I think, where basically it's an open call. If you're here illegally, come in now and you can become legal. What are those called again? They grandfather you in basically. You know, like we're forgiving you. Come on out. You know, those situations, right?
Mm,
So there's nobody who came here the legal way who wants to support open borders. Like
no.
so many Filipinos that I know, like I immigrated, right? I'm not from here originally.
Mm,
We don't want to see people getting here easy. If we
no.
had to jump through hoops, if we had to go through immigration law properly, you should too. That's how we look at it, right? We
Yeah.
didn't we didn't we didn't sneak in here for an opportunity, right? We
What are you
came.
talking about? Amnesty?
That's the word, amnesty. Like we didn't come here for like 20 years and hide and get amnesty. We didn't do that, right? We came here the legitimate way, right?
Mm,
And they let a lot of us in. Well, I was a kid, right? But they let my parents in because they provided skills the country needed. When they applied to be immigrants, they were good quality immigrants. We need these people. And they let them in, right?
mhm.
And that's I mean, like even though this, and this is where things get kind of weird. We'll get people quoting. You guys know what it says on the Statue of Liberty, right?
No.
And we people quote
No,
that all the time.
it was like everyone's welcome,
No,
something
it
like.
basically says, "Give us your poor, you're hungry, you're." I can't. I don't. Basically, it just says doesn't sound. I mean, like, and it's not a formula for success for a country.
Uh-uh.
I believe that poor and hungry are two of the things that maybe downtrodden.
I
It's
believe that was it.
well, what is it?
You're tired, you're poor, you're huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest toast to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door.
Okay, so
Yeah.
one's got to realize that is not something that the U.S. created. That poem is not something that is in our laws. I mean, that thing was a gift from France to us.
Exactly. It
Okay.
was a freaking joke. It's like when it comes to immigration, it's just like Fidel Castro when he did the boat lift. I'm about to flush the toilet of Cuba amongst America. That's
Exactly.
what all these people have been doing. They've been sending us the
The
garbage.
dregs. They've been sending
You
us
know
the
what I'm saying?
dregs, like the people they didn't
Yeah.
want. I mean, like,
The people that they didn't want, the people that are not productive anyway.
dude. I
And
mean, I
they
gotta
come here
applaud.
and they don't be productive.
I gotta applaud Castro. I mean, that was a baller move on Castro's part to basically empty his prisons
And
and give it to
look,
us. You know, that was
America didn't do shit.
yeah,
They just took them.
yeah.
And then they created chaos.
We're still suffering from that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so that whole thing. So people talk about that. People who believe in the open borders things talk about it. It's on the Statue of Liberty. Yeah, we didn't make that. Okay, that's like that's like a gift from a Grateful House guest. That it's like they just kind of here you go, right? That's not our idea, right? That's not.
We couldn't go and just be like, oh, take that off. We can't
Yeah,
do that to a gift.
yeah. I mean, like that's not what we're about. So we're our immigration processes try to bring in people who can contribute to American society, right? We don't want your prisoners. Like, we don't want you to empty your prisons and give them to us. That's not what we want, right? That's not our
Emptied
goal.
the prisons, gave us the retards, gave us everybody,
Dude,
man.
it's funny. My aunt and uncle are Swiss, right?
Mm.
And the Swiss people don't like Turkish people.
Guys,
So Turkey is pretty close to there, right? They get the huddled masses coming out of Turkey to come to Switzerland, and they
Mm.
come in and they're not contributing people. They're just that's why I don't like them. The Turkish people in Switzerland, some of them, not okay, of course. I'm not saying all Turkish people like that, but the Swiss say a lot of the Turkish folks show up and they take advantage of all the Swiss giveaways, right? And they bring in crime. That's how they view the Turks flooding into Switzerland,
Yep.
right? I mean, everyone has these problems with immigrants, right?
Mm.
Because a lot of people look for countries that give away stuff, right? They want the boons, they want to arrive and get free healthcare. Not from us, we don't give that, but the Turks are arriving in Switzerland for free healthcare, social programs. It's pretty insane. They're coming to our country for that. I mean, we have opportunity. So they're coming in getting some social stuff, but what they want is they want the American dream. They want like the free market. I mean, that's what they want here. But they're a bunch of criminals. Yeah, but I really think that we should change that on the statute. I mean, like, that sends the wrong message.
Totally wrong message.
And one's got to know it's like that they didn't take that from us. They just gave that to us and said, "Here you go, take this. Empty your prisons." I mean, it should just say that. Empty your prisons, empty your workhouses.
Yeah. No, those people.
Anyway, so we'll delve into this more next time. We got to roll. So we've had a funny discussion. We've had time. So, anything last that you guys want to add to it, or
No, I kind of gotta get to rest.
Me too. Okay, so hey, happy Taco-ween.
Yep.
It's that time of year. The air is getting cooler. Jackets are showing up on us.
It's about to start raining.
Yeah, it can start raining tomorrow. So yeah, so it's that time. So we'll talk a little bit about this next time around. I definitely want to talk about spooky stuff because it's the season.
Mm-hmm.
To give it a little bit of more lighthearted stuff popping in our conversations. Anyway, thank you all for being with us. Once again, I'm Armand.
This is Ray Lowe.
Tatum.
There we go. Thank you for being here. See you guys next time.